Okay, folks, we are live. Welcome, want to welcome you to this live stream. I'll give it a minute just to make sure all the technical requirements, all the right buttons have been pushed. So if somebody can give me a audio and a video check, let me know if you can hear me. I'll just say welcome to my live stream here, where I'm going to talk about this ultimatum that President Trump has given to Iran. So L McG, let's see, can I get a hello to my nephew OC? Hey, how you doing out there, OC? Yeah, let's see, he loves my opinion on AI powered refrigerators. And you're checking in from Nicaragua. Okay, let's see, Sam I am, how you doing? And Foursome for Life reporting 5x5. Okay, so it looks like old single dad did push all the right buttons. And Chicken Choker reporting Lima Charlie. Hey Mark, how you doing? So folks, welcome to this just informal live stream. If you've never been here on one of my live streams, just pretty much a hangout, talk about what's going on, talk about the issues, throw some disclaimers out there up front. I don't have all the answers. And a lot of times I do these streams because I learn more from you, the viewer, doing the stream, and I learn from the media, open source reporting. So I will learn more during this broadcast than I knew when I kicked this off live. So this is just an informal chat. The objective is just to invoke thought. Maybe we all gain some knowledge listening to everybody else's perspectives. Let's see. Baby Knockout, AICS, how are you? Nene Recipe, how you doing? Nanita, how are you doing? So folks, let's see, where do I begin? You know, I tell y'all many times, I don't stay up on the news. I don't watch the news like I did when I was in America. You know, I was, well, you know, I don't know. I say part of my life, not the majority of my life, but part of my life. You know, you got Fox News on in the background, CNN. I cut that out. But you know, when you're around family members and friends who keep Fox News on in the background, you're going to pick up on things. But I don't listen to the news, and I haven't, especially since I moved to Southeast Asia. So I'm not up on every minute, every change that, you know, most of my American friends and family are. I just read the titles of some articles. I might pick out 2 or 3. So I know a little bit about what's going on in the world, but not glued to the media like I used to be. So with all that big disclaimer, President Trump put out this, what do they call it, on Truth Social, put out this tweet. I don't know what you call it, folks. And I'll just go ahead and read it. I mean, it's right there on the screen, but if you're riding down the road, I'll just go ahead and read it. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat, and those are in caps, fully open without threat, all capitals, the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours in all capitals. Now, I'm not really up on the internet culture of things, but when I go to all caps, everybody says, hey, why are you screaming at us? Anyhow, from this exact point in time, and we'll go back to the exact point that he put this out, because it says, like when I went there, I was confused on the exact time. And the reason being, the Truth Social put out my local time that he put it out, right? So I'm trying to convert, anyhow, it was put out, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, March 21st, 2026 at 7:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Atlanta time, DC time. But when I looked at it, it said the 22nd at 7:44 in the morning. That's because I'm here in the Philippines and we're exactly 12 hours ahead. So at first I was confused. My buddy, shout out to you, man. Thanks for helping me clear it up. But y'all correct me if I'm wrong. And here, I'm gonna click off your comments for a second here, just for a second. If somebody will check out those graphics on the screen, is my deadline correct, number one? And does the counter seem to match up with that deadline? Because I got tired of trying to figure out the math, the time conversions. But according to my math, the deadline from when he posted this would be Monday, March 23rd at 7:44 p.m. So I'm asking for your help to verify those metrics, those numbers, and then somebody look at the countdown, 18 hours, 42 minutes, and a few seconds. If somebody can verify if that is correct. Okay, so I'll go to your comments for a second, then I'll continue reading what I was reading. Let's see. Coming down to the comments. Let's see, got Scott Free from down in Cebu checking in. Mark, how are you? All right, so if somebody can do the math on those metrics and let me know, did I do the right math, the countdown timer, does that seem right? I'll continue with the post here. So within 48 hours of this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants. Here we go back to capitals. Power plants is in all caps. Starting with the biggest one first, all caps with an exclamation point. And then back to normal characters. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. And he put that out over that Truth Social. I don't know if he put it out on Twitter, what have you. But here was something funny, is when I kept trying to pull up a screenshot, every media outlet had the date and the time cut off. And I was like, what is this conspiracy not to show the date and the time? Well, the reason they cut it off is because it was showing the local time zone that they were in. And that was confusing to everybody. So, Foursome for Life, AI says this is about correct. Let's see, now I'm not sure if that's bassman or baseman. I'm not sure if you're a bass player or bass fisherman. So you're reporting that, yep, time is correct. Thank you very much. Because if I hadn't got on the phone with my buddy, I would have had the wrong time initially, because I was just confused. Anyhow, so thank y'all very much. Hey, MLR 5236. Let's see, Jim Lawson says the time is close. Okay, and Chicken Choker's comment, no private shipping company will transfer through the strait. All right, so that's the basis. That's the basis of my live stream and my talk. Okay, and it should subtract 30 seconds. Okay, so I'm about right on the money. But when I first put it up there, I was like a day off. I was adding 12 hours because I did not realize it was showing me the time of when it was posted in Philippine time. Anyhow, let's see. Dan Soy, how are you, my friend? All good here. So I'll just start by by reading some articles. We'll just take them real slow, and we'll just start talking about this as that timer just ticks down. And I guess the question is, the question is, when DJT sets a hard deadline, what's the message in that? Okay, is it deception by saying, if you don't do this in 48 hours, and then he could be hitting them right now, any minute, jumps the gun, throws them off, which we've seen before. Or if you're going to let the deadline run out, then everybody let their guard down, then hit them. Or is this just pressure to try to bring people to the negotiating table? And also, I guess, I don't have any time limit for the stream. Maybe, just maybe, I run this stream until that countdown timer gets to 0. I don't know. I've done some long streams before, but 18 hours, 18 and a half hours, I don't know if I've done one that long. Have we done a 24-hour stream before, Big Pumpkin? No, I've done over 12 a couple times. But one of the things I want to talk about is the art of war. I actually have a hardback copy of the art of war. It's a pretty good version because it's actually got some commentary in it. And if you just start with the first chapter, the first section of the art of war, all warfare is based on deception. I think that was chapter 1, verse 18. Not to act like I'm quoting the Bible, but if you read or have read the art of war, all warfare is based on deception. So, moving right back to the first article I'm going to reference here. And folks, I'm not a fanboy, I think that's what it's called, of any news organization. One day I'll quote an article from Fox News, the next day CNN, the next day Al Jazeera. I'm not married to any news source. I just pick out the article that catches my eye. So let me just throw that disclaimer out there too. The U.S. has threatened to obliterate the country's power plants unless the Strait of Hormuz is reopened within 48 hours. Iran has kept the vital waterway closed to most shipping since February 28. This disruption has driven up global energy prices. If you didn't already know that, pretty much prices have went up everywhere. Diesel here in this country has doubled already, if not triple. Because I think I saw an article a couple days ago said it hit 120 pesos per liter. So unless you've been asleep for the last few weeks, obviously prices are going up everywhere. Okay? So it talks about Trump's ultimatum, which we've already covered. Iran's largest power plant, the gas-powered Damavan, if I said that right, plant, is southeast of Tehran. It talks about a couple more. Iran's got one nuclear plant, if that's correct. It's on the Persian Gulf coast. And the International Atomic Energy Agency said earlier this week that a projectile struck a structure about 350 meters from the facility. Okay, now that's sort of scary right there, right? Hold on, let me get my article pulled back up here. Thing don't want to cooperate. I wanted to quote their response. Okay, I guess that's on my next article. So he issues the ultimatum. What is Iran's response? You know, and what we're seeing here, it seems like Iran is not, maybe the response is not what Trump was expecting, or maybe it's exactly what he was expecting. We don't know, but it doesn't show, they don't seem to show any signs of surrender, if we use that word. It seems like quite the opposite, at least publicly. So Iran vows to target the region's water and energy infrastructure if the U.S. strikes their power plants. Okay, this is a nightmare scenario. You don't got to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. Let's see. So, okay, he talks about IDF destroying bridges. Let's just get down to, maybe that's not where my bullet points are. But the one I read, I guess it's on the screen, is one of the statements or some of the information coming out that says, hey, if you hit our power plants, we're going to do our best to shut down the Strait of Hormuz until the power plants are rebuilt. Now, how long would that take? It's going to take years. Some of this damage to infrastructure that's already occurred, it's going to take years to rebuild. Even if they started building today, it's going to take years to rebuild. So this is sort of a nightmare scenario where civilian infrastructure intentionally going to be targeted on both sides. I mean, imagine, you know, if you've ever been to Dubai or Abu Dhabi, I mean, just beautiful places. Just imagine if any portion of that region is without electricity. I don't know if y'all ever been over there, but it gets pretty hot. And we'll go to this article where Iran threatens mass water war with strikes on key plants in days. Now, living here in the Philippines, we deal with brownouts. Not so much here in Angeles City, but down in her province, we dealt with brownouts. I've lived in places over the years where they had rolling brownouts, which meant every day for 4 hours. You know, if you lived in this area of the city from 8 to noon, you had no electricity. Why? Because there's not enough, at the time, not enough supply to meet the demand. So they got to shut down everybody's electricity for 4-hour segments. Call it a rolling brownout. Okay, 4 hours, not a big deal. Really not a big deal. And even the brownouts that we were experiencing down in her village, not a big deal. Most of the time, the power comes on where if you have a freezer, nothing gets thawed out. You don't lose any frozen goods. Okay? What, baby? Okay, thanks for interrupting my news show. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. You can't do anything at your house. If you do, your wife's going to disturb your entire train of thought. So I'm talking about power disruptions. It's not really a huge deal. What is the huge deal is when you don't have water. Okay, now let's break it up into just your water supply. Now here you can't drink the water, you got to go buy filtered water, right? But just running out of water to to bathe with is huge. I don't care about the brownouts. I don't care about not having any electricity. Just keep the water flowing. But what happens in certain places when the electricity goes out, the pumps go out and there's no water. So the detriment, the immediate detriment, is if something happens to their water source. And I'm not even including the drinking water, right? Obviously, you can only live a short period of time without drinking water. But the hardship on a person, on a human, is when you don't have running water. Electricity, we can somehow make it through. But either way, it's just a nightmare scenario that has the potential to go down. U.S. hits their power plants, they hit power plants, water facilities. Then what? Then what's next? I think that's the big question. The other big question of this talk is, if that happens, then what is next? That's the scary unknown. All right, so I'll go back to your comments here for a minute. All right, let's see. Katie, how are you? I got the Professor checking in from Koreatown. How you doing? Let's see, Jim Lawson. Okay. Just bear with me, just trying to browse through your comments here. Jim says Iran has been calling Trump's bluffs, making deception more difficult because Iran doesn't care what tactic Trump employs. They will respond. Okay, now me and my buddy were discussing this earlier. Okay, the positives and the negatives of taking out leadership. Okay, how did this thing kick off? They cut the head off the snake and took out all the leadership. Okay, well, what does that do? It puts them in a state of confusion. But what's the blowback to that? The blowback is that now you don't know who's in charge. There's nobody to negotiate with. Even if you're at a point where you're willing to negotiate and you want to negotiate, who do you call? You don't know. Hell, they don't even know who the hell's in charge. So the country breaks up into factions, everybody saying, I'm in charge, this person. You don't know. You don't know if you're talking to the right person. That's the blowback of taking out all the leadership. Whereas if you leave the leadership in place and put such a hurting on them, maybe they're forced to make that tough decision to negotiate. But when you take everybody out and continue to take out the leadership, there's nobody to even call to talk to about negotiations. That's the good and the bad of it, right? Okay. Back to some comments here. Okay, Trump is losing. All right, just a quick comment. Well, I don't think we know that. All warfare is based on deception. And the only people, well, I think this is fair to say, I don't think any of us know exactly what the strategy is. Whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump, me and my buddy were talking. Number one, okay, the guy's a businessman. Number two, he's a chess player. And number three, he's looking at a much longer horizon than we are. Now some of y'all are going to get pissed off. Oh, okay, you got to follow me here. Let's ask this question, and somebody put it in the comments. Just Google how much oil is left in the world. How much longer will the known oil reserves last? Okay, not saying you can't really, nobody can give an accurate answer. You can give an answer, an approximate answer based on the known reserves. So how many years, according to what the internet says, Professor Google. How many more years worth of proven oil do we have? And somebody will put that in the comments, then I'll go from there. Let's see. Bingle, how are you? Saying that Europeans are losing at the moment. And let's see. Dan Soy says we may not get another president with balls. Most just want the title. Yeah, I don't think anybody will debate that. At least we have a president with some balls, where in the past they've been lacking a set of cojones to get things done, whether you agree with it or not. Okay, so the other thing, once somebody puts those stats up there about how much oil is left, talking about taking out leadership, it reminded me of that movie with Mel Gibson, the Patriot. And he was talking about targeting their officers. If you do that, if you execute these guys or whatever he said, we'll start targeting your officers. And the British general brought up a good point. He said officers are sometimes necessary to restrain the men. And it just, I thought about that when I said, okay, they've taken out all of their leadership. Now who's there to show any restraint if that's the direction they want to go? People are out there operating off of standing orders, or maybe the orders aren't coming down from the top. Some people are doing their own thing. Is there really still a solid chain of command, or is it starting to fracture? I just bring that up. But just to bring up the point about there is some blowback from taking out the leadership. Now who do you talk to? Okay. All right, back over to your comments. 2026 Travels, how are you? Okay, did anybody put the known how long oil is going to last? At least what they say. Don't see that in the comments. Yeah, we did have a president for 4 years with Alzheimer's. That was the whole situation to me was sad on the human level, because they were propping up that poor old dude like it was weekend at Bernie's. And we as the American people had no idea who was running the country. And I think that was the scary thing for the rest of the world, was that they had no clue as to who was running the country. Again, it's the same thing, the blowback of taking out leadership. It's worse not knowing who's in charge, whether the guy is good or bad. It's better to have somebody with balls or no balls. At least you know who's up there. But yeah, for 4 years we had no idea who was running the country. I guess it was turned out to be his wife. Okay, so let's see. Did somebody put the numbers up there? Thought I saw the numbers coming through there. Man, y'all's comments go by so quick. It's hard to find. Okay, how is Trump being America first? Okay, so Bingle's reporting about 120 years. And I've seen different articles quoting anywhere from 50 to 100 to 150 years. Again, nobody knows the exact number. They're just talking and going off what's known. So let's just say 100 years. Let's just say there's 100 years of oil left and then it runs out. Do you want to be the first country that starts running out of oil, or do you want to be living in that country that's the last man standing with oil? I mean, it's a pretty clear, simple answer to that question. Obviously, you want to be the last country that's got oil. You certainly don't want to be the first one that runs out. So I've already said this in many talks. I'll go down the list for just a short list for anybody who's just joining me. But okay, why are we going to Venezuela? It has nothing to do with drugs or anything like that. Venezuela, according to what I know and have read and what all the experts say, Venezuela has the largest volume of oil reserves on planet Earth. Venezuela, number one. We didn't go down there and kidnap the president of Venezuela because of he's suspected of sending a few keys of coke up to Miami. Just don't believe that. I like to deal in truth. Just give me the ground truth. Okay, Venezuela, number one largest oil field. The Orinoco oil belt is down there. We went down there, number one, to secure it. Number two, to block China from getting any further hooks into the place. Why did we go to Panama? Noriega, another drug dealer. Nobody gives a shit about somebody sending a couple kilos up to the States. Nobody gives a shit. That was about a thing called the Panama Canal. Iran, fourth largest oil reserves. Just go look at the top 10 list of where the oil is, and then the world and the actions of the United States, whether you like it or not, start to make a little bit more sense. It's all about the damn oil, not about drug dealers, and just don't buy that, okay? But Iran is number 4 on the list. Do you think that's a coincidence that we went to Venezuela and Iran within a short period of time? It's a coincidence that they're on the top 10 list of oil, having oil reserves? No. Okay, so back to, and look, I'm not using this as justification. I think the word is understanding, and just being a little bit more understanding, at least in my redneck mind. I'm just a dumb, poor redneck from the backwoods of Mississippi. My first few years on this earth, I lived on a dirt road in a trailer. But if you look at things from a 100-year fight, a 100-year planning horizon, and you look at how the world turns, it requires oil and gas, and it's going to run out, potentially run out. We're obviously going to fight over that resource. We're going to fight for control of that resource. For example, if China was the only country in the world who had oil and everybody had to go to them and beg for oil, and they can set the price, you got to pay it, you got to smile, and tell them thank you. Well, it's great to be China. It sucks to be everybody else. Again, nobody says that things are fair, but when I look at it like that, just put a simple puzzle together, that's what it's about. It's about the oil. Okay, the Mighty P Man says oil reserves are estimated to last roughly 52 years, according to information of the internet, if you believe that. Okay. Now, I saw a bunch of articles that were using that metric around 50, 55 years. That's pretty damn scary. Think about that. If that's correct, or is it just fear mongering? I mean, who knows? And tomorrow they could go out here in the South China Sea and just find enough oil to last another 200 years. Who knows? But if you went off of that and said 50 years, 52 years, folks, I'm a pirate looking, I'm a 53-year-old pirate. You mean to tell me that all you got is my lifetime before the oil runs out? Now look, I'm not an expert on the oil and gas industry, all right? I just play one here on YouTube. But I did watch some episodes of Landman with Billy Bob Thornton. So in one of his speeches, he was talking about how he said something, maybe I mess it up, somebody can help me in the comments, but he said something that, yeah, the bad thing is that we're gonna run out of oil before we find a suitable replacement. And he said the other bad thing is, even if we found a suitable replacement for oil today, there's not enough time to create and build the infrastructure to distribute whatever that new product is. And that was pretty scary. So even if somebody said, oh, we found this new mineral in the ground, it's the most wonderful thing, it'll generate electricity, there's not enough time to convert engines, to build an infrastructure for something that's a substitute. That's what Billy Bob Thornton said in the show Landman. And I'm sure he knows more than me. Somebody wrote that script, they had a technical advisor, so I'm sure there's at least some truth to what he's saying in that scene. And another good point, he's telling the girl about these windmills, about how much oil it takes to produce and maintain them windmills. And what he said was the oil companies just use them to generate electricity off grid to run the pump jacks. And he said, a good point was, he said, if Exxon or Shell or whoever thought these things were the way of the future, they'd be putting them up everywhere. If they are the wave of the future, why aren't there damn windmills in the front yard out here, over here in the jungle? I mean, think about it. People are about making money and making big money. If wind was the future, yeah, wouldn't it be everywhere? Let's see. Angelo, how are you doing? Reporting that it's going to get ugly in November. Okay, let's see. Don says, I thought they have enough natural gas under the U.S. for over 400 years. Okay. Maybe they do. And if they know it's there, they don't want everybody to know it's there. If Venezuela could have kept that thing a secret, their president would probably still be sleeping down there and running the country. But it's no secret that the Orinoco oil belt is under the ground over there. Nocturnal, why would you listen to a fictional movie? That's a very good question. Now, if I just started quoting things, that would be putting information out there that may or may not be true. That's why I said, hey, this is from a show called Landman. I'm not an expert. But what it does is it invokes thought. That's why I quote a lot of movies, because it puts us immediately on the same playing field, because a lot of people have watched the same movies I watch, and it just puts you in that mind frame. For example, if I started talking about what's better, a kingdom or a democracy, well, we wouldn't be on the same sheet of music unless I said, hey, you remember that movie, The Patriot? When they're voting on whether or not to declare independence, Mel Gibson stands up and says, why would I trade one tyrant 2,000 miles away for 2,000 tyrants 1 mile away? You see See, that's why I use a lot of movie references and shows. It just puts everybody on the same playing field, for the point of discussion. Not saying anything is factual. Let's see, Laguna, how you doing, free bird? Come back up, redneck, how are you? Sitting here in Pattaya. Yeah, Pattaya is my home. That's my paradise. Wish I was sitting there as well. Okay, let's see. Democrats, let's see. Okay, so obviously everybody has a different opinion. Before I left America, it wasn't divided like it is now. Used to, I could sit in a bar. I mean, I remember the one election. What election year was it? 2000? 2000, we're in a bar during the election. There were Republicans and Democrats, watching the results come in. You could do that back then. Whether, no matter what you thought or if you agreed or disagreed with the guy sitting next to you, it wasn't that divisive. So I haven't lived through that. I don't really understand that. I don't understand how people have gotten so angry because I don't believe the same thing as you do. Why can't we just be friends, have a conversation? You think we should go this way, I think we should go this way. Probably somewhere in the middle is probably the best course of action. But now it's just east versus west, north versus south, Democrat versus Republican. But I will say that, now here we go, I'm gonna piss some people off. The Democratic Party is just nothing but a bunch of nutcases. I agree with Trump on that. They have just turned into the biggest group of absolute nutcases, seeming to be hell-bent on destroying the United States for whatever reason. Whether they're being paid by China, I don't know what happened to them. But when I was growing up, it wasn't like that. Okay? And I give this analogy, I think that's the word, from Zig Ziglar. He was a motivational speaker. And he described the difference between Republicans and the Democrats. He said, Democrats are sort of like my mother. They're like your mother. If somebody's out in the front yard or walking by and they're hungry, it'd be a group of 10 people. Hey, y'all come on in, get something to eat. And she goes in there and fixing up supper for 10, 12 people that just happen to be passing by. And your father, his father, my father, is sitting over there in the corner trying to figure out how in the hell are we going to pay for this. Those groceries were supposed to last 2 weeks, and Mama just went over there and cooked everything in the refrigerator for these 12 strangers that walked by. And that's the way he sort of described it. It was just sort of like mom's mentality versus dad's mentality. And I think back then you could say both parties, it was respectable people for the most part. Now, as an outsider looking in, it's nothing but nutcases. This absolute group of nutcases. Okay, let's see. JRG, how are you? Let's see, the original diesel engine was designed to run on peanut oil. Of course, petroleum wouldn't allow this and changed the design. Now, I've heard all the stories. I don't know the facts, what's true, what's not true about, when somebody develops a very efficient engine that the oil companies, the oil industry buys the patents, buries it, and so they're an impediment, is that the right word? They're an obstruction to having the freedom to do this type of research and development, because it's just going to cut into their bottom line. And I remember watching a documentary about Tesla, when Tesla, pitched his unlimited free energy to some of his financiers. They weren't interested in it. Why? Because you can't put a meter on it. They can't make money off of it. So, let's see. Coming on down here. Mr. A reporting that NATO has joined the war. I don't have a very high opinion of NATO. I mean, NATO is basically propped up by the U.S. All of our money just is wasted in NATO, if you want my opinion. In Afghanistan, yeah, all these countries would send 10, 20, 30, a couple hundred dudes, whatever. Most of them were just there in presence to say we sent some people. They had no money. They didn't bring any money with them. They'd all sit at the table, and if somebody had a great idea, oh, here's my idea, then they all look up at the U.S. military person presiding over the fucking meeting, because he's the only one with access to funds to fund the project. Everybody else was just there, and they didn't even want to be. That's my opinion. So how does NATO help the United States taxpayer? How does NATO help you put Jimmy Dean sausage on your breakfast table? It don't. It just takes money off your table. So I don't give a shit about that. You know what I mean? The UN is as useless as tits on a boar hog. They're as useless as the hair on my tits. The UN, that's just like a, man, I don't want to get, the UN, useless. NATO, what are they doing for us? So, okay, they're gonna join in. What are they gonna do? Send 10 dudes to say we sent some people? Not gonna have an impact. Hey, Hod, how you doing? Let's see, Don. Bookham Dano. Yeah, without the USA, NATO is nothing. Just a label we put on them. We spend all the money. They're not helping us. Going back through your comments here. Okay, if somebody can just let me know, is the audio still okay? Is the video okay? And does my timer seem to be still on the money? 18 hours left. Is this the countdown to a much bigger escalation in this war, conflict, whatever you want to call it? In America, there's too much ink on paper, too many laws, regulations, rule. Just Americans and our fucking paperwork trying to classify stuff. We Americans sit there and argue till the end of the time. Should we call this a conflict or a war while bombs are raining down? Who gives a fuck what you call it? There's bombs raining down. Let's see. Why is there a countdown? Are you going to stream for 18 hours? Hey, Boster, how you doing, my friend? Well, maybe I should. Maybe I should just keep going until that thing counts down to 0 and see what happens. And, just leave it in the chat. I guess I'll just leave that as an open question. When that countdown timer clicks down to 0, okay, what do you think is going to happen? Somebody throw your opinions out there. That's what this live stream's about. What do you think is going to happen when that timer runs down to 0? Because let's go back. It's on the screen. Fully open without threat within 48 hours from this exact point in time. If that thing's not open, he's going to obliterate their power plant, starting with the biggest one first. I didn't say that. The President of the United States said that. So what do you think's going to happen? I'm asking the question. I'm the same as you. I don't know. So I'm asking the question, put it out there. What do you think's going to happen? It's either nothing, or he's going to take out their power plants, or what are the other options? Is it just propaganda? Is it just talk? All warfare based on deception, just trying to get them to come to the table, agree. Maybe somebody's on the verge of making some deals, and they needed that extra push. He's just using it as leverage to get somebody to come to the table. Okay, so nocturnal. I don't know, but I say he's going to keep his word on that. All right, and let me start putting some of these on the screen. Add that to broadcast and see if you can see that. Oh, I got to move that thing over. That covers up the timer. Okay, old single dad's design skills. I'm going to have to change where I put the comment. Man, I got so much stuff and so little real estate that my comment. I did not expect this. I'm shocked that my comments covered up the Armageddon timer. I was not expecting that. Okay, so we got one person saying he's gonna follow through on his word that if they don't open it, he's gonna start hitting power plants. Okay. So then I asked the question, if he does hit the power plants, what's next? Okay. And then some of y'all, we've already talked, if Iran hits the water plants, then what's next? Is this the spiral that spins things out of control until... Now look, I'm just talking. Just imagine we're sitting at a bar and drinking a beer. I'm just throwing stuff out there for conversation. If it spirals to a point where Israel really puts some destruction on Tehran, where does it go from there? And you hate to use the word nuclear. But you know, over the past few years, the word nuclear has been used way too much. You know, when I was growing up, we lived in that threat of nuclear war, where we did nuclear war drills in elementary school, intermediate school. I grew up with that. But it was two players, the US versus the Soviet Union. And for the most part, it seemed like there was safety and security in that. There was, you know, imagine the hotline on the president's desk. It just went to Moscow. Not all of these other countries, right? But it just seems like in the past few years, the word nuclear has been thrown around. Total destruction, obliteration, all of these words which are revelation type terminology, it just seems to be thrown around too much, too quickly, too easily. At what point, you know, does somebody take it to the next level? So Trump hits the power plants. They start taking out power plants over there. The whole fucking region goes dark. You're talking about millions and millions of people having to displace. At what point does Israel not drop a small yield nuke in the middle of Tehran? God forbid. I hope that never happens. I'm just saying, at what point does it stop? If that's what happens in 48 hours. He takes out the power plants. They take out the water, the power plants. How do you stop it from there? Okay. Let's go back down. Let's see. All right, nocturnal. I think there's more going down that we don't know about. It's a pre-plan. Certainly hope no nuclear weapons. Yes. And talk about, is this all going to plan? Okay, imagine if the U.S. hits Iran and Iran only targeted U.S. bases in the region. Well, if you're Saudi Arabia, you're any of the countries in the Gulf, right? You're just kind of sitting back wanting to remain neutral. Because as long as Iran is only hitting the Americans and they're not, blowing up buildings or five-star hotels downtown, you just want to kind of stay out of it. Okay, hey, whatever. They're hitting the Americans over there, let them hit the Americans. At that point, who are the people mad at? Everybody's mad at the U.S. for creating this problem. Everybody blames the Americans. Well, by Iran hitting all of their neighbors over there, that's exactly what Trump wanted and needed. Because now Iran is the enemy. Where before everybody just blamed the U.S. Now look, I know you can say America started this, everybody's blaming America for starting this. But regionally, if Iranian missiles are the ones who are hitting your city and disrupting flights and killing your neighbors, who's the enemy now? So by the fact that they are hitting all of these countries, that is going to plan. And that might be reaching or hard for anybody else to grasp. But now Trump has a coalition of all the countries in the Gulf. Iran is the devil now. So is it going to plan? Is this part of the plan? Because you have to shape the battlefield with public opinion. All right, we all know this. You go back to some of the theories about World War II, that Roosevelt and the crew in DC, they knew that Pearl Harbor was going to get hit. They had no choice but to let it get hit so they could get American public opinion behind the war in Europe. If you go back, and what was it called? The America First Committee? There was almost like 1 million members who their objective was to oppose the United States getting involved in the war. That organization it wasn't just a bunch of bums, it was a who's who. People with money, politicians. I think it was like 700,000 members. And guess what happened to them? They were disbanded like, what was it, a week or 2 weeks, 10 days after December 7th. After Pearl Harbor got hit, that whole organization, coming up on 1 million members, got disbanded just like that. So, one of the theories is they knew it was going to get hit. They had to let it get hit for the greater good, if you want to look at it like that. And people say, oh, that's a crazy conspiracy theory. Okay. Well, ask yourself this. Why were all our carriers not there at Pearl? Okay, back to your comments. And then the theories go on, on down the line. We can talk about the Gulf of Tonkin, but that's a whole nother incident. Weapons of mass destruction. You have to shape public opinion, especially with Americans. You've got to get them on board or it's never going to work. Venezuela, drugs. Panama, drugs. Grenada, oh, they're building a military runway. There's always some bullshit excuse to get us on board. And it's usually not anywhere near the truth. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, somebody left a comment. Let's see. We're talking about there's no fighting where you're at, and I missed the previous comments up there. But is this World War III? I was just sitting there looking at a map at all the conflicts, not just like little small skirmishes or little Civil War type deals. Look at everybody that's at war right now. Russia and the Ukraine been going on. Has anybody gave a shit about what's happening in that conflict, especially since this Iran war kicked off? It's still going on over there, Russia and the Ukraine. Doesn't even get any media coverage anymore. Captain Funnybeard over there getting left out in the cold on the funding because now all the funding is going to the new and improved war. Number 2, Pakistan and Afghanistan are going at it. According to the one guy from Pakistan, early on, he said, yeah, we're in an open war. I think they bombed one of the Pakistani bombs hit a rehab center in Kabul and killed a bunch of people, killed a bunch of junkies, I guess. So they're at war. The U.S. just kidnapped Venezuela's president. Now, again, Americans in our terminology, but wouldn't we classify that as an act of war? And talk about he's indicted on drug charges, some bullshit, right? You kidnap somebody's president, that's pretty much an act of war. Thailand and Cambo, over there on the border. We're duking it out for a while, and I'm not over there, so I'm not up on what's going on right now. But it pretty much seems like majority of the world, or a big portion, well, I don't say the majority, a big portion of the world, big players are engaged in active war right now. Not to mention what's going on and about to go down with China over here in the South China Sea, the West Philippine Sea. There you go, Cuba. Maybe I should get a map for my next live stream. Just get a blank map outline of the world, and every country that's actively at war, I'll just shade it red, and then people who aren't, at least not yet. Every day that goes by, I'll shade in who else is involved. Okay. Yes, America is a war economy. And I quote that in my book. There was this guy in, 88, 89, made the statement, he said, if the USSR, the Soviet Union, would sink beneath the waves of the ocean today, the United States economy would crumble until they could invent a new enemy. Well, what happened? The USSR broke up and immediately Desert Shield. But you just go back through time, right? Yes, we're constantly, because of the military industrial congressional complex, it has to be fed. Okay, Living Blank says politics is an easy topic everyone has a comment about, and no one knows the real story behind it. We're all in the dark on the truth unless you were in the planning room. That's a very good point. That's an absolutely good point. You know, the news, where do I begin? Okay, I don't know about anybody else that's in this game, but I can tell you this, is that once DJT got back in the game, I think everybody's views here on YouTube went like this, unless you're involved in talking about the DJT show. The DJT show is the hottest show on TV. And he moves at a pace where, you know, back in the day, you know, the president would say something, it might be a week or two before you hear anything else about it, right? Now you got to do it every day, not running or hiding from the media. He's standing in the damn hallway of Air Force One getting some extra time in, sending out these tweets or these, what do you call it, this truth social stuff. This guy is moving at a pace that we've never seen before. It stays the happening show. It's the most exciting reality show out there. Everybody's glued to the news because they don't know what's going to happen next. And so, old single dad here, fucking views went like this. You can go back and look. And if you're running this game, go look at your views when stuff with Trump started heating up, right? Everybody's watching the DJT show. They don't got time for much other stuff, right? DJT, Donald J. Trump. Let's see. Hey Roy, how you doing, my friend? Okay, am I going to be live for 17 hours to see what happens? I might. You know, I might have to do it. Raymond, how you doing? Yeah, I may just keep the stream up and running. I mean, right now it's what time is it here? What, about 2 p.m. here in the PI, Philippines, and it's not one of them balls hot days. We've had a couple lately, but for months we've had like San Diego, cool weather, cool breeze. I'm sitting here right now. This is the worst part of the day. So if I run it through the night, let's see, it'll be what, 7 o'clock in the morning when this deadline runs out. Is that correct? 17 hours? Or am I way off on that? Yeah, because right now I'm cool as a cucumber. I'm as cool as a cucumber. I think I can run it. All my equipment's operating in the green. I'm just glad to be here and be alive. But again, the question is, what is going to happen when that timer right there, what's going to happen when that timer runs out? And I saw one of your comments, you know, he's a man of his word, he's going to follow through. What happens? In that movie, what was it? With The Sum of All Fears. The Sum of All Fears. And in the beginning of the movie, when Russia supposedly, it's been a while since I've seen it. Anyhow, Russia supposedly hit these folks, and the president took credit for it, even though he didn't do it. And he said something like, it's better to be considered a monster than be impotent, or something like that. I know I messed that all up, but if you've watched The Summer of All Fears, it was a good point. Sometimes it's better to be thought of as overly aggressive than to be the dude with no balls. I mean, that's just the way it is. But in the same sense, all right, I'm gonna go to my Bible for a second. Now this isn't the Bible, this is the Art of War. Okay, I'll just quote a few things off the Art of War. And I really think that, well, let me just say publicly, everything that's going on around the world, my biggest worry is the Chinese Communist Party. That's, if you ask me what would keep me up at night or make me worry, it's not these regional conflicts, it's not Russia, it's the Chinese Communist Party. And I truly think that China, they follow this playbook. They follow the art of war. And it just seems like we Americans don't study the basic principles of the art of war close enough. And a lot of it has to do with the military-industrial congressional complex. Playing it smart in a war doesn't make money. What makes money? You send as much ordnance downrange as you possibly can, so now you have to reorder that and make more money for the defense industry. You don't make money by going someplace and not firing some rounds. They want you to expend everything that they send so you can order some more. So if you don't send all these rounds downrange, how are we going to make any money? How can we justify ordering new stuff? It is an industry. I talk about it in my first book. They call it the military-industrial complex, but Eisenhower reportedly wanted to call it the military-industrial congressional complex. I call it MIC for short. Okay, but let me go to the art of war here. This is what is this? Chapter 1, verse 18. Under laying plans. All warfare is based on deception. Okay? All warfare is based on deception. Now, if we go to chapter 3, all right, I may have to put my old man glasses on here. I don't know. I have to get my glasses on in a minute. But I'll just hold that. I'm going to do some quoting from the Art of War. Obviously, we've got plenty of time. Or do we? Is this countdown timer nowhere near what the initial plans are? There could be aircraft on the way right now hitting some targets, and this thing already kicked off, or it could just be a bluff. Yeah, man, when I got to get my old man glasses on, nobody likes to be seen with their old man glasses on. We were watching that movie last night with not Crocodile Dundee, but the one him and Cuba Gooding Jr. It was where they're bank robbers. Anyhow, his character was blind as a bat up close. He had to wear them reading glasses, but he didn't want nobody to see him. Okay. All right, so Murray saying Monday, 4:44 p.m. Pacific time is the deadline. Okay. Now somebody weigh in on that, because my brain is so fried about what the deadline is. It's 7:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that would be earlier, right? Over on the West Coast. How many hours is that? So somebody put the LA time of the deadline. Like I said, I spent too long trying to figure out the time hacks. I'm sitting here in the PI, it's 12 hours difference, or 12 hours ahead from DC. So is that right? 4:44 p.m. Pacific time. So is LA, what is that, 3 hours? All right, back to the comments here, folks. So I'm gonna have to go to my old man glasses for just a second. Ah, man, it's bright out here though. Ooh, I can see, said the blind man. Boom, Roy G. Off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much, Roy. Now look, I may need to move. Roy, I'm going to move right above. Now it's sort of, I'm going to put it right there. I don't know if y'all can see me move that. Or maybe I put it down low. Nope, it gets covered up. Okay, I'm going to put it right up there. Thank you very much, Roy. Certainly appreciate it, my friend. Man, now I can see. Got 129. Is that 129 folks here now? 56 thumbs up, 2 thumbs downs. Appreciate everything. You know, the worst you can do in this game is not watch, not comment, not give me a thumbs down. I'll take the 2 thumbs down. Very appreciative of those thumbs down. All right, now let me go up here and take a look how it look over on the YouTube thing. Okay, so 128 folks watching now. Looks like 75 minutes into the stream. Okay, back to the software here. Oh, single dad. It's a small miracle, like I've said many times. It's a small miracle that I get all this equipment up and running. Okay, so while I got my old man glasses on, just talk about chapter 3 in the art of war, attack by stratagem. Okay, Sun Tzu said, in the practical art of war, the best thing of all is to take the enemy's country whole and intact. To shatter and destroy it is not so good. Okay, and going on along, to fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. No, and verse 3 is, thus the highest form of generalship is to balk the enemy's plans. Okay, now how does his vision of war, contradict the military-industrial congressional complex? Now I'm back. Well, according to him, the smart general, the guy who gets the real credit, who's really the smart guy, is one who never fires a shot, who doesn't break anything, who takes the country intact. Well, that don't exactly do a whole lot of good for the military-industrial congressional complex. And so, what do we do as Americans? We're going to go over there and drop a lot of bombs and send a lot of stuff downrange to feed that machine. Whereas, what do we see China doing right now? Do we see China sending all this ordnance downrange? We see some harassment going on. We see them moving in, have moved into the South China Sea. We see them doing not use less than overt activities, and their manufacturing, their tech, their drone tech, everything is just moving past the United States. Why? Because they're following the art of war where the United States is not. That's what worries me. I think that the U.S. military, especially the officers, should really study this closer, take it a little bit more to heart, and I think you might start understanding what the Chinese are up to. Whereas, what do? Go over there and drop bombs and feed the machine. Okay, sorry about that. That was Janice calling. Just 1 minute there. Big Pumpkin. Just 1 minute, folks. Yeah, chat Janice, tell them we're busy with a international live stream here. Okay, sorry about that interruption. Okay, so where was I? Now here's what happens. I forget to put your comments back on the screen after I do that, after that thing does that gymnastics move. Boom, just doing stuff. Down like 4 flat tires. Let's see, put that on the screen there. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much, I certainly appreciate it. Put the comments back up. Okay, back to your comments here. And I'll go to another article. Gregory says, bring back Janice. That's true, every live stream is international. It's so cool to be able to broadcast to a worldwide audience. Boom, just doing stuff. Considering the way the Chinese build buildings, I'm not worried about China. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm hoping. That's what we're hoping, is that everything they build is just like the products that we buy, just cheap, don't last long, tears up. That's what we hope. But wars are won and lost in factories. And unfortunately, the United States manufacturing capability is not that sleeping giant that it was in 1941 that just needed the motivation. People just needed the motivation to wake that machine up and just go from making cars to tanks. People working 7 days a week. You know, I was watching part of this podcast recently, and it's the CEO, I think it's called Anduril Palmer Luckey, I believe is the gentleman's name. And he was on a podcast with, what's the guy who did the world's dirtiest jobs? Mike Rowe, I think it was. And I might have got that all wrong. But they were talking about war, and what Palmer said was, America is not prepared today to fight World War II. If the same situation were presented to us, this is according to him, I'm just going to repeat what the conversation was. He said the U.S. doesn't, he asked the question, do you think the U.S. has 1 million of those types of soldiers who stormed the beaches of Normandy? And Mike Rowe's answer was, no, we don't. And that was sort of the end of the clip that I saw of the podcast. You know, do we have the types and the number and the mindset of those types of individuals? And their point was, no, the United States doesn't have millions of in shape, dedicated, patriotic individuals that would run down and sign up the next day. Times have changed. That was their conversation. Some of y'all might agree, some of y'all might disagree, but there's valid points to that. When you take a look, just take a look at any of, obviously it's Chinese propaganda, but just take a look at their average soldier, and you start to see what we're talking about. Okay. Well, that's it. Yeah, nocturnal. They have enough soldiers to do what they do to them. The other point that Palmer brought up was it's a numbers game too. When the U.S. has got what, 300 million, 350 million, whatever, versus over 1 billion, It means that every American has to work 3 or 4 times as hard to match the output because they have us beat in sheer numbers. So anyhow, it was an interesting little short podcast that I watched. All right, U.S. shooting down $20,000 Iranian drones with $4 million Patriot missiles. It's not economically sustainable. Absolutely. Now, I saw a quick blurb where some nonprofit that's been involved in the Ukraine with taking racing drones. And folks, I'm just quoting this by memory. But they took these racing drones, which is like the world's fastest racing drones, and they've used those drones successfully in the Ukraine to engage incoming drones. And according to the dude, they were sending 4 or 5 or sending some people. I think they're sending some people over to the Middle East now, but they're just commercial, off-the-shelf racing drones that they're modifying to take down the exact types of drones that the Iranians have. So Russia has already been sending those same drones. They've been using this racing drone to take out the drones. They've already been doing it in the Ukraine, according to this gentleman. The price is, okay, right now the price is up here for us to shoot down a low-cost drone. But if they incorporate these racing drones, then the price to take it down is low, and then you win the economic battle, because those little racing drones are, I don't know what, $1,000 a piece, if that. And the Iranian drones are $20K, so then you have the advantage. But no, shooting them down with Patriots and everything else, it's not sustainable. But that's what the military-industrial congressional complex wants. They don't care. They don't care what you shoot down with those missiles. They just want you to fire as many of those missiles as you possibly can, as quickly as you can, before somebody shuts this thing down, because now they got to go build replacements and they make money. And they know at some point this thing's going to, potentially tamper down, slow down, and then, oh shit, we're not getting the orders. No justification to order new missiles. Imagine, well, that would get into budgets. I could just imagine all the Jimmy Dean sausage that's being taken off your breakfast table because of the military-industrial congressional complex. Yeah, moving right along. Okay, just doing stuff, boom, off the top ropes. Let's see. Okay, the next World War will be fought with machines. The Fourth World War will be fought with sticks and stones. Yeah, that Einstein quote. Yeah, I heard it something like, when maybe it's a different quote, but he said, World War III, I'm not sure how World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. That is pretty scary. So imagine this. Humanity, for the first time in humanity, humans now have the capability to basically destroy ourselves, the planet. What prevents that from eventually happening? Not even to mention the AI controlled killer robots that's going to wipe us all out. What would stop this madness? Okay, well, just imagine. Let me go out on some science fiction here. Just a huge EMP that basically just fries almost every piece of technology on planet Earth. and where we hit the reset button. No choice. Everybody has to hit the reset button. Give humanity a second chance to not go down the same path of developing nuclear weapons, not developing all these advanced weapon systems. Would humanity say, okay, man, this EMP taking out all of our technology is the best thing that happened to us. Man, we almost destroyed the planet ourselves. You know, that EMP saved humanity. Yeah, Santee Tide, the government has us living in fear, and they want to keep us living in fear. I said in my book, fear makes money. Fear is the #1 motivator about why you'll buy something, not buy something, believe something, not believe something, do something, not do something. Fear makes money. Okay, Mr. Scott says they were using LRAD on protesters in Minnesota. Let's see. Yeah, laser beam weapons, the discombobulator. You know, and I did a video and read that that report that came out of Venezuela. You don't know who put that out. Maybe it's just propaganda. But if that was an accurate report, went down there, hit them with the discombobulator, and just, according to the report, it wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. But what's the end result? All is fair in love and war, right? But again, all warfare is based on deception. You know, so, you know, China, I think, what's the year now? By 2027, they want to retake Taiwan. And the mindset is different, right? The mindset is just the end result. It's the end result with the most quiet way of doing it. As long as you get the end result, that's how you get respect and street cred, according to Sun Tzu. By fighting every battle, that's not how you get street cred or be considered the smart general, according to this guy. Where in the West, it's quite the opposite. It's Hollywood. You got to do something. You got to have a big battle. So I've been thinking about, you know, how would it look to where China takes Taiwan? So just imagine this. I'm going to go out on a little science fiction, a little theory here. I don't think Taiwan is Okay, check, check, check. Okay, what about now? Can you hear me now? How about now? Still no sound. Now look, this is too coincidental. This is too coincidental because not only did the transmitter. Okay, so tell me how's the audio? I'm basically on a boom mic. Now look, that's too coincidental. The transmitter, now this is the other one. The transmitter and the receiver went down at exactly the same time. Okay? Normally the transmitter will go down, the receiver will keep running. I just swap them out. Both of those devices went out at the same time. Now I'm just back to low technology, a shotgun mic on the camera. Okay, audio is good. Audio is great. Audio is fine. Okay, is it buzzing? Maybe that's my fan in the background. Give me a minute. I may have to turn my fan off. Yeah, that's some strange stuff right there. Both of those devices went down at the same time. Yeah, I don't believe in coincidences. Okay, but basically what I was giving up was the Chinese attack plan on Taiwan. So I'm not sure what you heard, but I'm going to start over. And if this machine goes down, then we know something's going on. Did y'all hear any of the part when I talked about Taiwan, the CCP's attack plan for Taiwan? The fan is okay. Yeah, I got it way over there. It's bearable. Just rewind 10 minutes. Okay. Well, that's just crazy. That's whatever. Okay, so back to Taiwan. Let me start over. I think that Taiwan, the Chinese are going to take Taiwan without firing a single shot. It's not going to be a shooting war. And you say, how is that? What about Taiwan's military? Blah, 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 all the stuff that they have, all the training. Well, we trained Afghanistan's military for what, 20 years? What happened when the Taliban rolled back in over there? Nothing. They just took all the stuff. So don't say it can't happen. So what I was discussing is that I watched the video, and if this part is a repeat, so be it. I watched the video a couple years ago where a company in China, and look, and this is the commercial stuff. This ain't the military stuff. They put 10,000 drones in the air, and they were powered and coordinated with one guy, one laptop. Okay. Around the same time frame, a company in America partnered with another company, and they tried to put 5,000 drones up in the sky. They got, I think, like 4,900, where the Chinese company did 10,100. They did some overkill because they wanted to break that 10,000 drone record, and it made the Guinness Book of World Records. I don't know what they're up to today, and that's just what was put out there in the public. Maybe they've already broke a new world record with how many laptops in the sky in a drone show at one time, controlled by a single laptop. China has the manufacturing capability to produce as many damn drones as they want. What I think is going to happen in Taiwan is it's just going to be a normal day. All of a sudden, the damn skies are going to be filled with drones. And for example, I'm sitting here, my street's right there. All of a sudden, the drone is just going to sit down right in front of my house and land in the street right there. And there's going to be an announcement coming from the drone that says, "Remain inside. The peaceful reunification of Taiwan is underway. Please don't approach the drone or it will detonate. It is armed." And so with these millions of drones, they're just going to shut down the entire country. Nobody's going to approach them. If they do, it'll be one person. They get blown up. Ain't nobody else going to approach the drones. So they shut down the roads. So everybody's locked indoors. They shut down the airspace with the drones. The CCP's people who are already there in Taiwan are probably the only ones that will do anything kinetic, if that. Once they shut down the roads, the airspace, everything else, they'll just land a couple of military aircraft with a small cadre who are going to take over the government. You already got a percentage of the population that are okay with it already. They've got a ton of their own people over there just waiting. And so you just shut everything down with the drones, drive everybody indoors, just like, you know, happened during the lockdown. Everybody's indoors, and just a small cadre of people will go into the government buildings and take over. Meanwhile, all this will be broadcast on, you know, every form of media. This is the peaceful reunification. Please remain in your homes. And once they go in there and replace all of the leadership, a day or so later, it'll go back to operating as normal. No rounds fired. No bombs dropped, no destruction. If there is, it'll be within the first 5 or 10 minutes, just certain people. If that. Because that's what the art of war, what Sun Tzu says, is the very smart general. Not the guy that has to go over there and bring 50,000 troops and destroy half the country and kill a bunch of the population. That's not the type of person that gains respect. The person who gets the respect is the person who does exactly what I just described. Go over there, take over all the government ministries without firing a shot. And you're going to do that. Drone submarines, just swarms of drones, just to lock the country down until the shock wears off. And then the next day, business as usual under a different flag. And again, you say, they got military equipment, they got hardware, they got training, they've got this. Well, again, we trained the folks in Afghanistan for 2 decades, 20 years. Gave them all this equipment. What happened? When the Taliban rolled in there, nothing. They just gave up and gave it to them. But I don't think Taiwan is going to be. It's going to be spectacular in this sense. Not spectacular in it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out battle. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think is going to happen. You know, the Chinese are building these big, long, like landing barges where ships can dock to them, so they can just drive them up there. I think that's part of the deception. It's the same part of the deception, like Patton and his, all them blow-up tanks that they had up there, making the Germans think that they were going to cross up there, up north. Instead, they went to Normandy. It was all about deception. So China's doing all this stuff with the military, back and forth, all this stuff. They're building these landing barges, making everybody think it's going to be a big amphibious operation. But that just wouldn't fit the gospel. So maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of things. But I think that's going to go down much smoother. Okay, enough about Taiwan. let's see. Back to your comments here. No, can't shut off trade with China. We saw that and felt the pain during the lockdown. I mean, you know, what a just a horrible period in modern day humanity that damn lockdown was. But it taught us a lot about our dependency on China and their manufacturing sector. And we don't know what the deals are that are made behind closed doors. You know, Trump may have made a deal with them and said, look, okay, you got to get out of Panama, you got to get out of Venezuela, that's not negotiable, but y'all want to take Taiwan, we'll let you do that, but we got to act like we didn't let you do that. There's probably a deal made there for everybody to keep on living life, but we'll see. But they're pretty adamant that 2027, I think that's the date, they're going to reunify the island. Let's see. Okay, back to the comments here. If you're just joining me, basically that timer right there, yeah, right there, okay, that timer is the countdown where President Trump gave Iran 48 hours to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz, or he's going to start targeting their power plants, starting with the big one, the major one, the main one, whatever. So the question here during the stream is what's going to happen when that timer gets down to 0. And your guess is as good as mine. You know, everybody, all the talking heads, I'm sure this is what everybody's talking about right now. I don't know. I guess I should go here and start pulling some stuff up and make sure something isn't going down while I'm sitting here doing this live stream. Okay, let's see. Let's just go to and again, folks, I don't have just one news source I go to. I just pull up. I got 10, 12, 15 tabs open right now on various news sources. I don't have allegiance or loyalty to any news source. And a lot of y'all will hit me on this, but I go to RT a lot. Obviously, every news source has its own agenda. But like a lot of times when Western media outlets are censoring stuff or, you know, smoothing it over or not telling you like it is, outside of America, people don't have that censorship, like showing graphic images or saying exactly what happened. They don't have that, have to add that softness. So a lot of times it's better to go outside U.S. News sites to get a more accurate picture of what's going on. Let's see. Doesn't seem to be nothing new on the headlines. Okay, so I'm seeing the airport collision. Oh my goodness. So Roy was reporting an airport crash. This is New York. At least 2 Port Authority cops seriously injured as Air Canada flight emergency vehicle collide at LaGuardia, according to sources. An Air Canada flight arriving at LaGuardia Airport crashed into a fire truck on Sunday night, leaving 4 firefighters critically injured, according to sources. So that's breaking news right there. That's sad to hear that. Okay, but to stay on topic, I'll go to the BBC, see what they're reporting. Let's see, the main article, Starmer and Trump discuss need to open Hormuz Strait as Israel warns weeks of fighting to come. Okay, let's go over to Al Jazeera. What's Al Jazeera reporting? Let's see, Lebanon says that Israeli attack on bridge is the prelude to a ground invasion. And then again, New York's LaGuardia Airport closed after Air Canada jet hits vehicle. Okay. Nothing really directly related to what this video is about. Okay, so this is, what is this? The Times of Israel. Same stuff. Iran threatens to hit power plants in Israel if its electricity sector is targeted. Okay, so it looks like the recent jet crash is the headlines right now. Okay, again, Fox News, flight smashes into vehicle in New York's LaGuardia, forcing airport closure. And then the second one is the desert crisis. UN official. I don't need the UN to tell me anything, but the UN is warning about this upcoming potential for a water war. Okay, an Iranian scientist and UN official says that desalination plants across the region could be hit within the next few days, raising the prospect of a broader regional water crisis and affecting global markets. Okay, going on. The driest region of the world might see a real water war, but the knock-on effects on the world's economy, including the U.S., will be both immediate and lasting, pointing to what he described as a new phase in the conflict involving such critical civilian infrastructure. Now add the possibility of damage to the already fragile water infrastructure, including treatment plants, pumping stations, and distribution networks. The consequences would be catastrophic and lasting. Desalination facilities, including a plant on one of Iran's islands and another in Bahrain, have allegedly already been struck during this conflict. What's desalination? The process of creating drinkable water from seawater is critical to supplying water across Israel and many of Iran's Gulf neighbors, particularly in such regions where natural fresh water is scarce. So folks, imagine if they hit these desalination plants. How and where are they going to get enough water for people to continue living there? Let's see. Oil prices will rise for a long time if Iran's power plants are struck. With a blackout, water treatment and distribution systems will also collapse in parts of the country. So it's what I was talking about earlier, about living here in the Philippines, in places like this where you deal with the terminology here. The term is brownout. Now look, every time I talk about brownouts, somebody will send me emails and say, "Sir, a blackout means no electricity. A brownout is, a decrease in the flow of electricity, what have you, the voltage." I get these technical terms thrown at me every time I use the word brownout, but you have to realize where I'm at. I'm in the Philippines, and you can ask my old lady, anytime the electricity goes out, they don't care the reason. It's called a brownout. It don't matter if you got notice, it's planned, it's because of a typhoon, it's whatever. If there's no electricity, it goes out. Here the term is brownout. They don't use the term blackout. I don't know why. Doc M reporting raining in Dubai, which is a once a year event here. Well, that's awesome, man. Hope you're being safe and doing well. And again, make sure you don't put any info out across here that you know what I'm talking about. I'm glad to see you're doing okay, man. Yeah, so anyhow, back to living with the brownouts here. In Angeles City, hardly ever. I don't think this past year, one or two for a little bit. But in other parts of the country, brownouts are a routine occurrence. It's not a big deal. Even if you live in a place used to have rolling brownouts for 4 hours a day, you have no electricity, you can deal with it. It's when the water stops. That's the problem. You can't live without water. Now, obviously, we can't live without drinking water, but just water to wash the dishes, wash the clothes, flush the toilet. You can't live without water. But a lot of times, if you take the electricity out, the water pumps stop, and thus the water goes out too. But I'm just here to tell you that living in this environment and being over here as much time as I've spent, I do videos when the electricity goes out just to better give you an idea of what everyday life is about. But it's no big deal. But when the damn water goes out, it is a huge deal. Our spot down there, it used to go out every morning around 5:30, say 6 a.m. From 6 to 10, we had no water. Why? Because the supply did not meet the demand at that time of day. Everybody's getting up, getting a shower, getting ready and go to work. So you always had to have 2 big old trash cans full of water, use a scoop, take a shower like this, or get up at 4 and be the early guy taking a shower, and you had some water pressure. But anything they do that affects the water supply over there, my goodness. And how long does it take to build that stuff back? My goodness. And that's part of why I'm doing this video. The question is, if this happens, if Trump follows through, hits their power plants, they follow through, hit these desalination plants, what's next? I mean, seriously, what's next? We're not talking the weather is a nice, tropical breeze blowing through. Okay, it tends to get hot over there in the Middle East. And now you're going to have portions of the population, no electricity, no water. What's going to happen? And then let's talk about country people versus people living in the city. Country people, not everywhere, but you know, country people, they're like her family. They're used to living without aircon and without a ref. If the electricity goes out, it's just another day. They don't care. But you take somebody in the city who's never slept a night without air conditioning and you take it out, it has a bigger impact on that demographic of population, right? So anyhow, just bringing up points that when this timer goes down to zero, that'll be what, 16 hours, 43 minutes. That'll be when Trump set his deadline. That he's given them to open it back up. That doesn't mean he's going to strike them the next minute. It don't mean that. It just means, hey, if you don't within this time frame, you're going to get hit at some point. What's the best option? The best option is that cooler heads need to prevail. But when you take out the leadership, you cut the head off the snake, now there's nobody to talk to. Even if a big portion of the folks in Iran wanted to negotiate, who's the spokesperson now? Every time you get a new spokesperson, the dude gets a missile up his ass. So, who knows? Okay, so Doc M, all right, statement of fact, you cannot live here in the summer without aircon or water. Now look, I don't know how many desalination plants feed any of the cities over there. I didn't dig down to that research. Maybe somebody can do the research. How many plants supply Dubai? How many power plants supply Dubai? And I'm just picking one city. Pick any one city and say, how many missiles would they have to fire to totally cripple one of the major cities over there, to where people had to fucking move and evacuate a major city? Obviously there's redundancy, but at some point there's a limit. Would they have to take out 3 plants? 2 plants? Only 1 plant? 10? Well, that's 10 missiles. When you look at it like that, it's not a big deal if they truly wanted to target one major city, to where people had to pack up and go somewhere else. It seems almost impossible. You know, if you've been to places over in the Middle East, it seems almost impossible. But it's not. It's very possible. Okay. Let's see. Tika, how are you? But yeah, if somebody's feeling froggy, just pick a city over there. Pick any city and just ask Professor Google how many desalination plants, just use Dubai. How many desalination plants supply Dubai? What's that number? 1, 2, or 3? Or they have so much redundancy, but at some point there's a number, there's a limit. $16 hours, 39 minutes. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna adjust my camera here. Take the ISO, it's manual, take it up a little bit. Let me brighten up my day here. Whoa, that's too bright. I had it set on auto earlier, it wasn't getting bright enough. Is that too bright? Oh man, that's still too bright. Old single dad here, Steven Spielberg. Look at there. Remote controlling my camera. with an app on the iPhone. And the Bluetooth toaster and the AI powered refrigerator. Yeah, am I doing a 16-hour stream? I guess I could. I mean, the reason I could is because I got the logistics set up to do it. I mean, it's already, what time is it now? Hold on. It's 3:05 here in the PI. It's already starting to cool down. So I've already made it through the heat of the day, no problem. I got a fan over there to keep the mosquitoes off of me at night. And then I'm undercover. It hasn't been raining in a long time, but even if it does, I could just keep letting this thing run. Yeah, Doc, don't put it. Yeah, don't put it out there, man. Let somebody else put it out there. Yeah, that's a good point, man. Don't put anything out there. Maybe let's pick a different country. Somebody pick Bahrain. Anywhere but the UAE. All right, but Jim's already got some information. 3.2 billion per plant. Okay, and so if they wanted to, you hate to even fathom that. You hate to even fathom what would happen if it goes to that point. But you got Trump saying you got 48 hours. They're saying you hit our electric plants, we're going to close that waterway until our plants get rebuilt. And gosh, you're talking years. I think we're all in agreement that waterway cannot stay closed. What is it, 20%? Are those the numbers? 20% of the world's oil transit that strait. It cannot stay closed. So how far is the world willing to go to open up that strait? Pretty much all the way. You got to go all the way, whether it's negotiate, open the strait, or lay waste to the entire country, open the strait. It's got to be opened, one way or the other. And I think a lot of people, okay, so Boz is reporting, 10 there, 57 in the whole country, right? I'm sure they have enough. They have enough missiles, obviously, left over. Maybe not to put a hurting on everybody, but they could pick and choose who they want to, and you just hope that that's not the country they pick and choose. How long is it going to take to build the damn things back? Years. So I mean, I'm not hoping, folks. I consider myself more of a peace activist. You know, if they can come to the table and some way talk themselves out of this situation, de-escalate it, get the damn strait open back up, let everybody go on with their life with just a little bit different parameters. Hopefully that's what the objective is that they're just trying to get people to come to the negotiating table. And if certain factions are sort of on the line, well, you're just putting as much pressure as you can to get people to come to the table. But again, maybe not. Maybe that's not the plan. We talked about destabilization. Me and my buddy were talking about it earlier. Okay. These countries with oil. Does a country like the United States really want these countries to stabilize, start building up their military, till they get to the point where they're not so subordinate to the United States. That's not what the U.S. wants. It's better to keep these countries destabilized and or dependent upon the U.S. so we control the flow of oil. So the question is, and this is a very sinister question, but I guess the question is this what the plan is? Is this the plan? They want Iran to rip all of these countries' infrastructure, to basically put them back 100 years. Initially, the gas price is going to go up, but once things get rebuilt, it's going to be a hell of a lot cheaper, renegotiated. Is this what they want? Because there's one thing, if Iran does the damage. Iran's the bad guys. They did the damage, not us. It's the same way with Israel. If Israel dropped a nuke right in the middle of Tehran, it was Israel, it wasn't us. With some words, plausible deniability. I don't know if people use that anymore or not. Hey King B, how you doing? I don't think Iran will bend the knee for Israel and America. Maybe they won't. Again, it goes to the question, did Trump underestimate their resolve? Or is this going to plan? Okay, Stephen, how you doing? Take a few hours off Trump's warning to Iran. He likes the element of surprise. Yeah, he sure does. Probably sometime, if he's going to do it, it could be, it could be right now, an hour or so, what have you. Or he lets the timer go down, don't say nothing about it, and a week later, his all warfare is based on deception. Okay, unfortunately, Iran won't agree to opening the strait that easy. They have stated that they want to make the U.S. pay dearly so that they will never want to attack Iran again. You know, I guess this question too, is it wise for any country to try to go against another country who possesses nuclear weapons? Is that really wise? You know, again, there's this false sense that nobody's used nuclear weapons since World War II and it won't happen. But I think that's a false sense of security, especially how the world has changed. So is it wise for anybody, you know, not just go up against the United States, I'm talking about any country, to go up against a nuclear armed adversary when they're holding, I hate to use this, they're holding the trump card. In the end, if shit gets so bad, they're holding the trump card. Just absolute total destruction. Is it really smart? So Doc says, yeah, he underestimated Iran and his team doesn't seem to understand the Middle East very well. You know, isn't that funny how all these cubicle bandits in Washington, D.C., who are making these decisions around the world, and a lot of them barely been outside the U.S., never lived in a place where they're trying to make policy and don't understand the cultures that we're either trying to cooperate with or the cultures that we're fighting. The old folks used to call them educated fools. I'm from the backwoods of Mississippi, but that's what they would refer to them as. They're educated fools. They went to college, they've read the books, zero experience, and now they're experts on a region. They never fucking lived there. I mean, I'm sure there's hundreds or thousands sitting in cubicles right now writing policy about this place and their assessments and all this shit. They ain't never been here. Okay, let's see, what was I talking about before that? Oh, nuclear weapons. I mean, right now, Pakistan and Afghanistan are trading barbs, right? Ukraine still fighting with Russia. Is that really smart to go up against a country who has nuclear weapons when you don't have them? I don't think that's smart. It's not fair, but hey, life ain't fair. Wouldn't you be better off to try to negotiate something out of it so you don't piss off the guy with a nuclear weapon? Don't you think that might be the smart way to go? So Iran can do whatever the hell they want to do, but at what threshold do they cross where the Israelis drop a nuclear bomb on Tehran? I don't think it won't be us. It'll be the Israelis. Their threshold for the use of nuclear weapons is totally different than the United States. Different thresholds, different rules. So does Iran really want to go the distance with people who have nuclear weapons? That's not smart. Because in the end, you're going to lose. I don't know exactly where the jet stream is, but like if they dropped one on Iran, it would blow the winds. It would be just blown over into Afghanistan and Pakistan. Nobody cares. They can do it. But I hope that's not. I hope that's not anywhere in their thoughts for humanity's sake. But with the same sense that it's not smart going up against a country with a nuclear weapon when you don't have one. Because you're just rolling the dice. You're just assuming that they would never do that. They would never do that. Oh, they would never do that. Okay. Okay, Lanny says Russia invaded, Ukraine is defending. Trump promised he would end it before he took office. Yeah, I was hoping that they got something worked out over there. But the big problem is Captain Funnybeard and his merry band of thieves over there still trying to steal American taxpayer money. And we get into this debate over Russia and the Ukraine, but it all has to do with NATO. NATO getting too close to the borders. They took action, whether you like it or not, agree with it or not. Everybody seems to forget the encroachment of NATO towards the Russian borders. But this meat grinder has been going on for how long now? What have they accomplished? They're just sending young men to get tore up in those trenches like it's fucking World War I for no apparent reason. For what? What are they fighting for? Wouldn't it be better for Captain Funnybeard to eat a little bit of crow? It'd be better just to get rid of Captain Funnybeard. If I were DJT, I would send them one bullet. That's your last fucking shipment, dude. You figure the shit out. You sit down and you negotiate something. You lose a little bit of land. You gotta eat some crow. You gotta make some fucking deals. Okay, so what? Stabilize the shit. And then people stop. People don't have to send their sons over there in that fucking meat grinder to die for no reason. Yeah, Captain Funnybeard. Well, I mean, this is the thing. You know, I've always said at some point Captain Funnybeard will retire to Dubai with suitcases full of U.S. currency. At some point, he's out of there. He's going to live a nice, beautiful life in Dubai with all his riches that he stole from us U.S. taxpayers. But with what's going on now, he may have to pick a different country to roll out with his suitcases full of money, U.S. taxpayer money. Hey, Boz. Can't believe how much Marcos loves Putin. Well, it's not exactly, I wouldn't describe it as a love, okay? I just go by what my experiences in life are, okay? Yeah, Zelensky doesn't want it to end. They're fucking getting rich. That greed is just kicked in. He just keeps sending that money so we can steal it. Gets to fighting with his top generals about who's stealing too much money and who's not getting their cut. You know, and again, me and my buddy had this conversation earlier. It's a quick conversation. I said, look, man, when we were growing up, all right, the U.S. was just coming out of Vietnam, right? It took an amendment to end Vietnam, the Case Church Amendment. So, like growing up in school, it was the U.S. versus the USSR. The Soviet Union, they were the bad guys. Nuclear weapons pointed at nuclear weapons. But believe it or not, there was a certain stability in that. And the stability was, that's who controlled the world, for the most part. The president got a hotline to the Kremlin. Okay, if anything was to break bad, he knows who to call. They got a hotline to each other. They know who to call. You didn't need to pick one of 15 different threats, whatever. The main thing was, could we exist on Earth with the Russians? And somehow or another we did. You know, a few little flare-ups, a few little confrontations where things could have broke bad. But there was like a peace / safety / fear, but it was more settled back then. You were just worried about, hey, let's just, as long as we got along with the Russians, with the Soviets. And now, what do you worry about? There's so much shit to worry about. So everybody can blame the Russians. I don't see the Russians as our enemy. I just don't. We coexisted with them long enough and nothing major happened. Yes, these little proxy wars were funding, pumping shit through other countries to feed the military-industrial congressional complex. Anyhow, I can't say that I don't love anybody like that. I'm not a fan like that. It's just that things in the 80s seemed a lot more clearer. We knew who the threat was. As long as we somehow or another coexisted with the Soviet Union, life was going to go on. Okay, let's see. Let's see, everyone. Okay, still talking about Dubai. James, how you doing? Talk about volcanoes, earthquakes. You know, folks, I always talk about if you're going to move outside your home country as an expat, that you rent. And a lot of people don't understand me because we move around a lot. I get it. And we're going to slow that down because the kids in school and stuff now. But look at all these places where people went all in with their retirement. And I'm talking recently. You know, people were doing videos talking about how great life was in Kiev. You know, just bought a condo. How much does it cost to live in the Ukraine? They got married over there, right? Spent their whole life savings over there building a house or what have you. Nobody expected for a war to kick off. Maybe it's in the back of your mind, but nobody really thinks it's going to go down. Now look what happens. What's happened over there? Look at what's happening in the whole Middle East right now. You went over there and retired to one of those countries, or you're living over there, has the potential to totally change your life. If you're a renter, it's very easy to pack 2 suitcases and get the hell out of there and go somewhere where there are no bombs raining down from the sky. The world is a big place and you have your options. If you're a renter, it's very easy to change your entire life, your entire lifestyle. When you sink all your money into a country, especially when it's not your own, there's a risk in it. All right, back to your comments here. Okay, King B says he felt the earthquake here a few nights ago in the Philippines. First one I actually felt being here. Throughout the years, you know, I've felt a lot of earthquakes here, and for some reason I'm very in tune. I can feel the slightest micro tremor and she'll never feel it. The first earthquake I ever experienced, I was actually in California. And folks, if you're just joining us, before I tell this California earthquake story, man, I think I'm a little bit overexposed. Before I tell the California earthquake story, if you're just joining me, that countdown timer is basically the amount of time that President Trump has given the Iranians to fully open the Strait of Hormuz. And if they don't open it up, according to that post, according to all the news reports, he's going to target their power plants. And in return, they've threatened to target power plants and water desalination plants across the Middle East. So, all right, maybe that's better on the eyesight. That timer right there, as long as my math and my times are correct, once that counts down, that'll be their 48-hour warning. Now the question is, will this stream be going when the countdown timer gets down to 0? It might be. It might be. Yeah, unless they change the rules over the past few days or weeks. If you spend 6 months here in the Philippines, you need an exit clearance. Okay, and back to the earthquakes. living here in the PI, we got earthquakes, volcanoes, typhoons, landslides. You got the full range of natural disasters here. Just a way of life. Anyhow, back to the earthquakes. The first earthquake I was ever in, I was in California, and I was in, where was that? I think I was at Oceanside, and I was sitting on my balcony of this place, and I was sitting there reading a book or doing something. I was just chilling, drinking a beer, looking over the marina. It's that place right there in the marina, and it's got a balcony. And all of a sudden, that balcony started doing this. I felt like I was on a diving board. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I realized it was an earthquake. But my first earthquake experience that I was... What is that? What is it? Coffee? What is it? I don't know what this is.
Just drink that.
I don't know what it is. Just tell me what it is and
I drink that also. I'm the one who drank that.
My old lady shows up. It looks like warm milk. And she says, drink this. No.
Okay, don't drink
I saw the documentary where the Filipina tried to poison her husband with the bleach in the coffee maker. I'm not falling for no banana in my tailpipe. That looks like bleach.
No, it's not. You want to know what is this?
What is that?
Cream for the coffee and sugar.
So she made creamer and sugar because we're out of coffee. Okay, do you understand I'm having a live stream broadcast about international politics? No, I don't want your fake milk. No, it looks like bleach. But what I will take is some more ice. Okay, well, just, baby, can you come back later, like in 16 hours? Gosh. You know, back to the earthquake experience. The first earthquake experience felt like I was sitting in a chair, but it felt like I was standing on a diving board. You know, when you're on a diving board and you're about to get ready to dive and you get them 3-4 bounces? That's what it felt like. That was my first earthquake. It was in California. And I've been through a bunch over here. Yeah, trust my Filipina with a coffee cup that's not coffee, that looks like bleach, that she's laughing? No.
I'm not trying to kill you.
Okay.
I'm not a killer.
You're not the what?
I'm not a killer.
Okay, alright. Yeah, come back in 16 hours.
Oh, don't call me in radio.
Well, just every hour bring me some ice water. Y'all think it's all fun and games, having a Filipina wife or girlfriend? Let's see, Don says, I got a life insurance policy in place. Well, here in Southeast Asia, if you have a life insurance policy that pays your wife, I would consider you high risk. Okay? If you have no life insurance policy, that's what I call the best life assurance policy. So it's up to you how long you want to live. But if you want to live to be a ripe old age, you have zero life insurance policy. In turn, that assures you that you're going to live to be an old man. See how that works? Look, I lived in patio a long time. Patio plunge is real. How many motherfuckers going to fall off a 10, 12, 20 story condo off their balcony? And yeah, it's called the patio plunge. All right, let's see. Yeah, Chuck Norris passed away recently. Man, is a reminder. I think he was 86. So what my dad would say, you know, hey man, he passed away, he's 86. And, oh hell, he had a good run. 86 is a very good run. Everybody, not everybody, but most people who watch our show, you're my age or older, we obviously grew up with Chuck Norris influencing our lives in some form or fashion. So it's very sad to hear that he passed away, but it just brings home the point that, my gosh, we're getting old, all of us. What the hell, how did 53 years go by like that? Because I've talked about it before, where our souls don't age. Our bodies age, but our souls do not. So at a very, I don't know, early age, I think that becomes us. Maybe by the time we're 12 years old, somewhere in there, like, maybe it's later for some people, maybe it's 17, 18 years old. And then your mindset doesn't age, but your body just does. And then time goes by like that. You wake up, look in the damn mirror, and you're like, who's this old motherfucker staring back at me? And you're just like, holy shit, is that me? That's how fast life goes by. And you hear all these stories from these old timers and stuff, but you can't imagine it until you've experienced it. And so when all these legends are dropping on a routine basis, it just reminds us of our own mortality and how we're all aging at such a fast pace. And then with everything going on in the world today, life just doesn't look like it used to when we were growing up. When we were growing up, the world was pretty stable. Okay, you hope to go to college, get some money for college, or get a scholarship and go to college. There was a stable path that you envisioned. And now the world is such a crazy place, you can't look at life like that anymore. It's more of, okay, is everybody safe? Everybody got something to eat? Okay, we're pretty damn good. Everything else is gravy, just gravy on the taters. It's a different world. But one video, it's a short documentary I reference a lot. It's called All That Is Sacred. It's on Yeti's channel, believe it or not. I guess Yeti funded it. It's called All That Is Sacred. And it's about Jimmy Buffett, Tom McGuane, Jim Harrison, all that Key West crew down there back in the 70s. You should watch it. It's called All That Is Sacred. And what it does, you know, they're reminiscing about their good times down in Key West when they were young guys, and now they're old men. And it's just reiterates that life goes by so quickly. And one of the things that they said was that life, you think that's always going to be. When you're young and you're partying, you have your friends, and you think it's always going to be like that. And then what happens? Everybody gets older, you go your separate ways. Next thing you know, you're an old man. Maybe you see each other once a year, once every 2 years, and then you're dead. But you always think that it's always going to be that way, and it ain't. You got to enjoy every damn day, because it's a day down. You're not going to get it back. I'll tell you one more spoiler, all right? Because this ain't. When they filmed the documentary, and by the time the documentary was published, 2 of the people in the documentary died. I mean, that's just how quick we're here, and then we're not. All right, so back to your comments here. Let's see. Hey, Thomas, how are you? Let's see. Was Bruce Lee 32? Yeah. So these legends from our generation, they're dropping routinely. They're going to start dropping even more. I'm 53. I got 20 good Christmases left. If you look at it like that, I hope that I'm still in good shape. I hope to live to be 107 years old. That's the new goal I've set for myself. But realistically, I probably got about 20 good Christmases where I can get out, do what I want to do before I start slowing down. I'm not going to say I'll be in a wheelchair when I'm 73. I don't know. But statistically, I'd say I got 20 good Christmases where I can travel, go places, take the kids places, and then I got to slow down a little bit. Okay. I'm going to go to the news, hit refresh, and see if there's any updates on our topic here. If you're just joining me, that countdown timer is the end of the 48-hour ultimatum that President Trump gave Iran to fully open the Strait of Hormuz without threat. You got 48 hours or we're going to hit your power plants. Is he bluffing? Is he trying to just bring them to the table? Or is he serious and going to follow through on his statement? All right. Again, Air Canada jet hits fire truck, forcing New York's LaGuardia airport to close. That's the main headline on Fox News. Let's go to CNN, see what they're talking about. Again, I don't have any favorite news organization. I just go to all of them. So the main headline on CNN is Iran vows to destroy infrastructure in region if Trump carries out the threat. So that's the main article. What they're saying is energy crisis worse than 1970s oil shocks. And again, President Donald Trump said on Saturday he would order the bombardment of Iran's power plants if the strait was not fully open to shipping within 48 hours. Now, from the articles I've read, the strait is open to who they want to let through there. So there are ships that reportedly have been going through there, according to what I read. And then I've also read that they're charging $2 million toll fee per ship. If you strike electricity, we will strike electricity. From the Republican Guard. Asian markets stocks plummeted Monday after Iran and the U.S. traded threats over the weekend to blow up energy facilities. Okay, so that's from CNN. Food and travel costs expected to surge amid prolonged conflict. Okay, you don't got to be a genius to understand that. But I guess I'm here in the Philippines, right? What is this going to do to travel in Southeast Asia? Obviously, the plane tickets are going up. Obviously, food in these local countries are going to go up. What is this going to do, and what is this doing to travel here in Southeast Asia? And I guess I asked that question because I don't really know the answer. This has been going on for, since February, 28? So I know one of you fine folks over in Pattaya, you can give us a report, is what's going on over there. How many people are out on the streets? What about Walking Street here in Angeles City? Is it a ghost town? Is it business as normal? Are tourists still coming to Thailand and the Philippines? I don't know, because I really ain't been nowhere in a while. Now, I am going to the market sometime this week so I can get all the updated prices on vegetables, meat, check out the gas prices. I'll do a video to cover all that. But again, the diesel price here is doubled, probably almost tripled if I had to guess. I don't know that. I just know it had doubled last time I was out. Okay. Yeah, so again, just talking about life is just different. Like life, what normal everyday life used to look like for our generation and my older friends out there, life just don't look like that anymore. And one of Maria's school functions, the principal, a couple years ago, he used the term confusing world. We're trying to educate and raise these children in an often, what do you say, a rapidly changing and often confusing world. And I think that was a good choice of words, confusing. It wasn't very confusing when we grew up. Pretty simple. You want money, you go mow some yards and make your own money. You graduate college, either get a job, go in the military, or try to go to college. I mean, it wasn't as confusing as the world has become now. Okay, let's see. Meteor exploded over Houston on Saturday. I saw that one clip, I think from Canada, where their doorbell camera recorded a meteor hitting the ground and the sound. And supposedly that's the first time we've ever heard the sound of a meteor hitting the ground. And that's something that I'm not used to. Like when I left America, nobody had doorbell cameras. And then, I see this stuff on the internet where everybody's got a doorbell camera now. What do they call? Rings? Something like that. Everybody got a camera on their doorbell now. Man, why didn't I think of that idea in 1980? Why? Because back in 1980, we didn't need a fucking camera on our doorbell. You know what I mean? Okay. Let's see. Talking about living in the PI. So much fun and still is, but definitely not the same. That's true, but it's not just the PI. Different era. Even in that documentary about Jimmy Buffett, All That Is Sacred, they're interviewing a lady from 1973, whatever. And they're talking about Jim Harrison. They're always saying, oh, it was so much better 10 years ago. And he said everywhere he goes, they always say it was so much better 10 years ago. And then even the old lady that they interviewed said the same thing. So in 1973, she's saying, oh, Key West was so much better back in 1963. You should have been here. It's just the era's changed. And for whatever reason, they don't seem to change for the good. I was gonna do a video today, and I changed my mind when I saw this article. about what I'm talking about, what I'm supposed to be talking about. If you're just joining me, this countdown timer, that's the deadline that President Trump gave to Iran. That if they don't open up that strait for shipping, he's going to take out their power plants. What's going to happen at the end of the timer, who the heck knows? But the news don't seem to be updating anything right now. They're focused on that jet crash. Heart goes out to everybody up there involved with that incident. But, damn, I just said the word but, and that's what I'm about to talk about. I saw this article today. Yeah, the only thing constant is change. California Swede in the house. OC on station, man. I hope you're doing well. I see this article about spring break in Florida. I can't remember. I don't think maybe it was Panama City Beach or another little town down there. Anyhow, it's Florida. Spring break, where the cops are going around and telling girls that they can't do extreme twerking on the beach. There's a big article about it, right? I had a picture of this big booty sister on there, you know, just down doing some twerking. Everybody's watching, filming. And they have some cops out there in the photo with a damn pepper ball gun. And they said that they're going around telling them, if you do that twerking, we're going to take you to jail. And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, what have we done in America? All right, kids go to school, especially if they're in college. It's obviously stressful. They get 2 weeks, or no, a week. What is spring break? A week, right? It's 1 week or 2 weeks, whatever. You get a week for spring break to go down to Florida and blow it out for a few days. Get drunk with your buddies, party, get laid. That's what the purpose of spring break is. That's how a lot of these communities down there got built up, because of kids going down there on spring break. You know, gaining publicity. Now there's buildings built. They have these huge tax base and cities and tourism. Why? Because kids were going down there on spring break. It may not be the exact cause, but it helped to publicize these areas. And now the same areas don't want kids coming down there twerking on the beach. Now look, I talk about I don't want to sit next to some dude on the airplane wearing Magnum PI shorts with a tank top that looks like he's just came out of a gym in 1982. Okay? On an aircraft, that's not appropriate attire if you ask me. Because I grew up in the 70s, I was flying in the late 70s, early 80s, everybody dressed up. It's just disrespectful, and I don't want to sit next to you. I don't have a choice. I have to sit next to you. Put some clothes on, please. But down on the beach where everybody is spread out, they're in bikinis already. That's the uniform of the day. They're drinking, having a good time on the beach. And if some ladies want to do some twerking, I mean, for real, how long can a girl twerk? It's not like a girl is going to twerk for 2 hours straight and pass out from exhaustion. Okay, I've seen girls twerk for maybe one song and then they're exhausted. Okay? Go to any club over here, put on that song, gimme, 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 and say, hey, 1,000 peso to whoever the winner is. I'll choose the winner. Everybody's going to show you some full twerking action. But they last about one song, and then they're out of gas. So this activity that's so heinous down on the beach, it can't last more than one song. And the cops are going around telling these girls, no twerking. Is that really an efficient use of their time and our tax money? when that's the purpose of going on spring break down to the beach. It's to get laid, it's to dance, it's to party. So then the article says they're basically drawing parallels with that movie Footloose. Everybody in my generation grew up watching Footloose. What's Footloose about? If you've never seen it, it's about the holy rollers in the town not wanting the kids to dance. Yes, twerking is an extreme form of dancing, but we also watched Dirty Dancing back in the day and everybody loved it. Great movie. So to have the cops walking around, I'm sure they love the job. The looking part, they don't like the pushback part, but hey, no twerking. And he's sitting there watching the whole time. It's just not necessary. And the other thing they said is you can't have coolers on the beach. And I had to read that again. You can't have coolers on the beach. Now some places maybe you just can't have beer. That's just as bad. No coolers and no twerking on the beach. Now granted, this isn't Mother's Day on the beach. This is spring break. They're in the right place, the appropriate attire, the appropriate place to get drunk, listen to loud music. It's the beach on spring break. You mean to tell me that these towns can't tolerate a couple of weeks of spring breakers coming down there and partying? What does America come to? Well, what did kids do decades ago when they start clamping down? Just go down to Mexico. Yeah, go down to Mexico. There's no rules. Have a great time. Well, as a parent, where would you rather your child be able to go? Party down in Panama City Beach where she's still in the good old US of A, 911, proper hospitals? Or go somewhere where there's no rules and no infrastructure and no hospital because she's not worried about going to jail for excess twerking activity? That's what America has turned to. It's just the fun police extreme. It's just a sad state of affairs. You got cops going around trying to determine exactly, and who puts the criteria out to decide what exactly is twerking. What if the girl is just walking, she's got a big ass, and it's going like this? Maybe she starts running like Pamela Anderson, and a rookie cop considers that twerking. Just absolute ridiculousness. Let the damn kids go down there for 2 weeks and party like rock stars, and you just hope that they don't come home pregnant or with the clap or go to jail. You know what I mean? Get rid of all the cops, put more EMS crews on the beach, and let them party. My gosh. All right, King's Elbow, how you doing? 15 hours till the Enola Gay drops Lichon Bad Boy. You know, yesterday, or maybe it was earlier today, maybe it was yesterday, I'm sitting there having this conversation with my buddy. We're talking about what's going on in the Middle East. And the whole time, Maria and Fatima are talking about Lichon Bad Boy for like 15 minutes, talking about Lichon Bad Boy. It's roast pig. You know, it's kind of strange. There's not a day that goes by here that I don't hear the words Lichon Bad Boy, Kapoy, which means tired, Tulog, which means sleep. And I don't think there's ever been a day went by here that I haven't seen a goat. Anyhow, moving right along. Let's see. Colorado Springs, Colorado, on station. Thank you very much for tuning in, my friend, the home of NORAD. Okay, Very good. Thank you for bringing that up, Casey. Haulover Beach in Florida is a fully nude recreational park that leaves nothing to the imagination. Absolutely. I love Haulover. And when I first moved down there, me and my other buddy, shout out to you, Brian. Hope you're doing well, man. He was from the Midwest, and we hooked up initially with a young man who was from there, and the three of us were going through some classes together. And he started telling us about this naked beach, this new beach, and we didn't believe him. We thought he was joking. And I'll compress the story. I know I've told more details in the past, but basically he's like, no man, there's a naked beach. We're like, bullshit. He said it's called Haulover Park. So we had to go. He said, no man, the northern part of the beach is naked, and there's like a buffer zone, and then there's a family beach, you know, down on the southern end. Whatever. So he's like, I'll take y'all down there, but you know, we got to go to the swap meet first. So we ended up at this swap meet, Fort Lauderdale, buying Speedos. And all they had was these OD green Speedos that were like way too small for all of us. So I'm like, well, why we gotta buy these Speedos? He's like, look, man, if you're gonna go there nude, okay, no problem. But if not, the Speedo is acceptable. Everybody knows you're like a first timer. You're a little bit shy. You can't go there in a normal bathing suit. It's not cool. Then you look like you're gawking, right? It's weird. Just get the Speedo. It's like the training wheels of going to the naked beach. So here we go. Three dudes go down to the parking lot of Haulover. Okay, change right there. So we're all three rocking these extra small OD green Speedos. And when you walk from the parking lot and you sort of like come up the trail, there's a sign that's literally about this big, about the size of a book, maybe the size of my iPad. It's a little sign about that high that says, caution, from this point you may encounter nude sunbathers. Something of that fashion. It was one single sign back then. If you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't see it. And that's all it said, was that one little warning. And then you come up over that hill, and there wasn't nothing but tits and ass as far as the eye could see. And we're like, holy shit, you weren't lying, man. It's like I told y'all. And sure enough, there's a naked beach in America. We didn't believe it. We thought, nah, you can't do that in America. It's illegal. Nope. It's a county park. So later on, that's where I kept my boat, at Haulover Park Marina. I kept her on a lift. My boat was called the One Muff Diver. So it was a one-stop shop. I went down there, had the boat here at the marina, had all the naked chicks you wanted to see over here at the beach. Life was pretty good back then. But yeah, if you're a little bit shy and you want to test the waters at the naked beach, don't roll out there fully clothed. It's weird. Just roll out there in an extra small Speedo and you'll be okay. They'll accept you. That was my experience. And then once you get the hang of it, you know, go full Monty. Now there was one thing though that I was not expecting, that I was shocked. A little bit shocked about was that there were a lot of older people out there too. A lot of older people with all kind of plastic surgery going on. I'm just warning you. You know, 75, 80-year-olds out there with some work done. And they had it full display. Which I'm not complaining. I wasn't complaining. Just something I was not expecting. Okay, so we're sort of getting off topic. Let me go ahead and catch everybody up if you're just joining me. If you're just joining me, I was telling a story about Haulover Park in Miami that has nothing to do with this clock right there. That's the countdown clock. President Trump has given Iran 48 hours to fully open the Strait of Hormuz, or else he's going to hit their power plants. And in return, you can see the response in those bullet points right there. They'll close it completely until all of their power plants are rebuilt. And also they're threatening to hit the desalination plants in various areas of the Middle East and their electric plants as well. So it has the potential to be a very bad situation. What are the potential possibilities? Your guess is as good as mine, but let's run down them. Number one, it's just a threat. He does nothing, trying to get people to come to the negotiating table. Number two, follows through and targets their power plants, which is not good. Three, who knows? Maybe there's some de-escalation. Somebody takes the first step on some type of de-escalation course of action. But again, the problem with that is that they've targeted so much of their leadership. Is there anybody in place capable of making a decision to de-escalate what's going on? If you keep taking out their leadership, who the hell are you going to talk to? But again, maybe that's the objective. They don't want to negotiate because they're not done wreaking havoc on the place. Let's see. Yeah. It'll be interesting, but you know, like my buddy says, when Trump first came around, he said, man, I know you don't watch the news and you don't listen to the news or anything, but he said, man, you just never know what this guy's going to say next. You never know what he's going to say. And again, I think everybody across the YouTube platform has seen a dip in views since the Donald Trump show, you know, it has come onto the airwaves because it's the most interesting, unpredictable, ongoing, non-stop drama, real life drama that anybody could ask for. I'm not saying that's a positive thing. I'm just telling you. When Biden was in there, nobody wanted to watch that poor old man get up there. They were watching my show. And then once DJT came on the scene, I think everybody on YouTube's views dipped, unless you're talking about the Donald Trump show. It's the hottest thing in town, whether you like it or not. Okay, back to your comments. All right, let's see. KC says nobody in charge has a clue about what they're doing. They're screwing up the world. I think a lot of people share that opinion. Okay, Roy G says Iran has attacked Saudi, Kuwait, UAE this afternoon, Manila time. Okay, all right, thanks for that update, buddy. So it doesn't seem like there's any, like my initial assessment of this was, you know, the U.S. military is going to lay waste to all their capability. Now, systematically, that's what they're doing. But Iran is a big country. It's a big place. It's spread out. It obviously got a lot of targets to hit. It's going to take time. It's not like 3, 4, what was the 100-hour air war and the shit was over, whatever it was. This is a different situation. They're taking out targets every day. As time continues to tick on, their capability will continue to be degraded. But in the meantime, they obviously and apparently still have the capability to stay on the offensive. But as time passes, who's going to go the distance? Who has the capability to go the distance? And again, is it really smart to try to go the distance against a nation who has nuclear weapons? Against two nations, Israel and the United States. Is it really smart? When they interviewed Saddam, and they're trying to interview Saddam, the one FBI dude or whoever it was, asking him, Saddam, did you have nuclear weapons? I'm just going to come out and ask you, or whatever he said. And Saddam said, look, you were invading my country. You were destroying my country. You were coming across our borders. Don't you think that if I had any type of nuclear, chemical, biological weapon that wouldn't I have used it against you? You were invading my country. Of course, I would have used everything that we had. Everything and anything and everything possible to defend our country. But he didn't, because he didn't have shit. So if you apply that to Israel especially, their nuclear doctrine is not the same as the United States. What it is and what the red lines are, only they know. But Iran needs to be very careful, because if they start getting too much traction, doing too much damage, getting the best of them, what options do the Israelis have? They got a few nuclear weapons that would turn the tide on that situation real quick. Another great movie, The Sum of All Fears. That's how the movie starts. I won't tell you the whole movie, but if you've never seen it, The Sum of All Fears. Starts out, they're about to get overrun. Israeli jet takes off on patrol carrying what? Nuclear weapon. That's how the movie starts. Great movie. Well, back to, some people think that Trump is losing it, that there's no plan. I think a lot of this has to do with what planning horizon that you look at any situation here on planet Earth under. And, planning horizon, I'm just a dumb redneck. I didn't even know what that was for many years of my life. But a planning horizon, like poor people in this country, they have a planning horizon of the day, one day. Can they make enough money during the day to buy some rice to feed everybody at night? They have like a one-day planning horizon. And you take the middle class, you have like a monthly planning horizon, 30 days, and on up. You're the CEO of a company, your planning horizon is, 5-10 years, depending on how big the company is. Whereas, presidents and leaders of nations, maybe they're looking at a 50 or 100-year planning horizon. So if you look at what's going on, the gas price is up. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. If you look at it from today, a day, just one day planning horizon, well, shit looks bad. Shit looks bad. It looks like it's out of control. Maybe they're not making the wisest decisions. But then expand the planning horizon, say 10 years. Do we really want, would anybody really want Iran to have a nuclear weapon in 10 years? If the answer is yes, you don't got a problem with it. Well, okay, then what Trump is doing probably don't make no sense to you. But if the answer is no, under no circumstance would you want that country to have a nuclear weapon, okay, at what point are you going to derail that disaster waiting to happen? What if we had, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you wait too long, they get the nuclear weapon. And I'm just asking the question. Ask yourself, would I want this country to have a nuclear weapon? Well, truth be told, I don't want really any country to have a nuclear weapon, but I'm okay with just the US and the Soviets. Everybody else, we should have derailed everybody else way back in the day. They just said, you know what, that's it. Anybody else who's developing a nuclear weapon, we're gonna derail that. It's just two players on the earth. As long as we maintain the peace, world peace. Now you got all these extra countries, everybody getting fucking nuclear weapons, and at some point somebody's gonna get froggy. Okay, expand your planning horizon 50 to 100 years. Let's say 100 years. The oil is running out. Iran is the 4th largest oil reserve that we know about. Who do you want to have control of that? Americans? The Iranians? The Chinese? The Russians? If you're just simply looking at a table and saying, we have a resource that's not unlimited. At some point it's going to run out. Here's the top 10 places with the most oil. Which ones off of this top 10 list can we fucking go there and control? Then it all makes sense. Yeah, the poor people in the middle class are going to bitch for a while because they can't put Jimmy Dean's sausage on their table. But in 50 years, people will look back and say, okay, now I understand. It had to be done. All right, let's see. Let's see, there's so many nuke weapons allegedly still out there, and who knows whose hands. You know, what's very interesting, if you do some research on all the lost nukes around the world and all the incidents, the broken arrows, whatever you want to refer to it as. It's some pretty interesting stuff. There was one, what was it, in the Carolinas, that like all the safeties but one failed. I think I'm telling the story correctly. Like all the safeties failed in the crash except for one. So have one safety not held in place, there would have been an explosion in the Carolinas. If I told that right, I may have butchered that. I'm not looking at any material. I'm just trying to recall it from memory. But very interesting if you do the research about, where they're at and what happened and what the response was. There's supposedly still one somewhere in Tybee Island, near Tybee Island, in the marsh, either in the marsh or shallow water. That's pretty interesting too. Just look up the Tybee incident. Used to go to Tybee Island back in the day. Beautiful little party place. It's Tybee Island, Georgia. But supposedly there's a intact nuclear weapon with the core somewhere in that vicinity, buried in 14, 15 feet of silt or swamp or sand, what have you. The government said that there was no nuclear core. But the pilot said he signed for the core, or the engineer or whoever. Who do you want to believe? I haven't checked up on that case in many years. I don't know where it's at these days, but I used to follow all the guys over there doing their own independent searches for it. And then they'd get some type of hit, and then eventually the Navy or somebody would come out, and as far as I know, they never found nothing. Okay, so just for a second, I'm going to check over here on the YouTube. So I'm looking at y'all through the software, and every now and then I need to go over here to YouTube and just see how it actually looks on the broadcast. I reckon it looks pretty good. It's a little busy. You know when you're doing a slide presentation, back when you're doing PowerPoints, and the old saying was, if you have to preface your slide by saying, I know this slide is a little busy, but then it's too busy. So it's like my slide here looks a little busy, but there wasn't any elements that I wanted to leave out. You know what I mean? For the historical record. Now, I tried to put the U.S. time down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, but my software wouldn't let me change the time zone. So that's Manila time that you're seeing in the bottom right-hand corner. But the timer is just a timer. 15 hours, 22 minutes, 33 seconds until his deadline is up. So the question is there any developments, any talk, any changes? And me and my buddy were talking about how the president sends out these tweets on this Truth Social. I don't know what. I guess it's like Twitter. I mean, doesn't he own that? I don't know, but it's just kind of strange that the president sends out like official policy over a social media platform on his own. That's just strange for a dude from my generation. You'd think things would be a little bit more official. I guess it's just the way times are, the changing times, and how the internet has just changed things. But it's just, I view social media like it's a video game. Ain't nothing real on there. Just people arguing and running their mouth, and it's just like a video game, just playing fiction. And then the president's coming in here, government agencies tweeting shit out. Do we really need to pay people from our tax dollars to send out tweets and Instagram shit from government agencies? I don't know. And if you came to me, oh, it's a great idea, it's the state of the internet. Okay, but if you came to like 10 of us and said, okay, listen, we need $500 from each of you because we're going to hire a person to send out fucking tweets at the State Department. Are you going to give them some money for that? No. I'm like, man, you're not taking my money. I don't want to pay for somebody to tweet some shit out about the State Department. How does that help me? That's the way I look at it. Okay. All right, going to Al Jazeera, still the same thing. Breaking news: Iran vows to completely close Hormuz Strait if the U.S. attacks its power plants. Same stuff. World and energy crisis worse than the 70s. Okay, again, LaGuardia Airport is closed after a Canadian jet hits a ground vehicle. Okay, gold declined 6%. Already talked about the stocks over here, took a slide according to the news. Let's see what's happening on day 24 of this war. Now here's the Washington Post. Let's see if I can read this article, because usually the Washington Post are trying to, oh, there it is. Nope, maybe they'll let me read it. The Washington Post wants me to pay for a subscription. Okay, but it looks like they're letting me read this particular article. Now, the one thing that was strange when me and my buddy were doing just a little bit of research is that nobody else seemed to have a countdown timer or talking about the time that was left. Like, why is nobody talking about, hey, they only got so many hours before this shit has the potential of breaking bad? It's just weird, like nobody's paying attention to it. And they're not paying attention to the deadline. Maybe it's a big nothing burger. I don't know. Okay, so included in their threat is all energy infrastructure, as well as IT, information technology, in other words, data centers, servers, and the water desalination facilities linked to the U.S. will be targeted. But they're also, I saw a clip where they're talking about banks as well. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but one sentence that I read, they were talking about targeting banks. Let's see if I can find that. So, again, you never know what the president is saying. He posted Saturday that the United States is considering winding down its efforts in the Middle East and is very close to meeting its war objectives. But he's still taking actions that appear to signal a longer fight. Okay, so I don't see, anyhow, they were talking about the banks too. One article was talking about that they did threaten to target financial institutions. Don't hold me to that, but I read that somewhere. So if I go to the president's Truth Social, that's the one that he pinned. He pins this 2 days ago. We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. Notice how the word regime is evil. Anytime you use the word regime, it has that evil connotation. Okay. Going on down the list, that's basically his tweet that he pinned. So he pinned that, wanting you to know that's the main message I want you to know right now. Make sure you read this. So that's what's pinned on his Truth Social account. And then he's got another one 4 hours ago that says peace through strength, to put it mildly. That's 4 hours ago. 7 hours ago. Okay, 7 hours ago. All right, hold on. Let me go to the comments, and then I'm going to check the comments, and I'm going to read this, because this is 7 hours ago from the president. It starts out by saying, I don't think we should make any deal. Oh, that's not Iran. The crazy, country-destroying, radical left Democrats. Damn, okay. Sorry, folks. I thought he was talking about Iran for a second there. No, he's talking about the Democrats not making a deal. Man, maybe I got to stay up on what's going on. And he's complaining about the senator. Let's see. More politics. Just bullshit. So you definitely got a conflicting message. The 24-hour or the 48-hour countdown clock, and then the other tweet, we're thinking about winding down. 20 hours. Now with the death of Iran, the greatest enemy America has is the radical left, highly incompetent Democratic Party. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President DJT. So a lot of conflicting messages going on. He's saying Iran is dead. We're thinking about winding down efforts. And then right in the middle of all this stuff, you got 48 hours to open up that shipping lane. Okay, well, in a perfect world, they come back and say, okay, we're going to open up the shipping lane. And then he can follow through with, all right, we're winding down. This isn't a forever war. Everybody lives, everybody's happy. But do I think that that's what's going to happen? No. I don't think the Iranians are going to call them up and say, all right, we're ready to negotiate. All right, so David says, America's allies are getting annoyed with Trump's decisions on getting involved in Iran when they didn't need to. Didn't Trump say a vote for him was a vote for no wars? Yeah. You know, politicians, when have they ever told us the truth about anything? But again, going back to that Yellowstone episode, getting elected to office versus holding and executing the office are two totally different things. If you don't get elected, you lost. Don't matter if you came in second, 10th, 15th. You either get elected or you don't. You have to say and promise and do whatever the people want to hear to get a good, warm, fuzzy feeling about going to the polls and voting for your ass. So yeah, I think he said that. No new wars or what have you. But when has a politician ever in the history of politiciandom ever told the truth? Not never. Not never. So do I hold that against them? No, because then I have to, I don't trust any politician. They never tell us the truth, especially when they're on the campaign trail. It's a popularity contest, and everything that they tell you is a lie. It's just they're creating this facade. They're just creating this Disneyland in your head that all things are going to be so wonderful. I'll have no more problems if this guy gets elected. And that's just not reality. But that's what they have to do to get your vote. Versus other countries. Okay, let's just talk about other countries. They just flat out pay for your vote. It's just the way things are done. You pay people to vote for you. I'll just talk about Afghanistan for a minute. Okay, when I was there, if you want to be, say, governor, right? You got to pay X amount of money. Let's just say $1 million. So this guy pays for $1 million, he's a governor. Now say you want to be the tax collector. Well, you got to pay the governor, $400 to get your position. Police chief, you got to pay him $400 to get your position, because he's got to make his initial investment back plus make some profit, and then all these agencies are going to kick money up to him. So now the police chief, okay, who wants to be a captain? That's $20,000. You just buy the votes in other countries. It's just the way business is done. They'll tell you that it's not, but you have to buy the fucking votes. You got to bribe people. In America, you just have to fucking lie to them to the point that they get that warm and fuzzy feeling and they go out and vote for you. Okay? So, I just look at it, long ago, I used to get pissed off when politicians would lie, and I just realized, okay, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. They're going to lie about everything on the campaign trail, promise you the world, which they cannot deliver on. And then when they get into office, they're going to lie to you about 99% of the shit. How they waste our money. What King say on Platoon? Something about the rich always fucking over the poor. Always has been, always will be. Why rich kids go to college and poor kids go off to war. The way it is. Okay, let's see. David says, I live in Australia and fuel prices are bad as previous governments shut down the oil refineries and rely on fuel from overseas. Yeah, I mean that's what happens when we try to save money, make more money, you know, make that extra profit margin, what have you. As long as everything's running smooth, okay, right until it ain't running smooth. Then all of a sudden it ain't okay. That's like living here. You know, being over here and traveling here, you know, felt very free right up until the fucking lockdown, and then I suddenly found myself unfree. Let's see. Okay, Scott's Philippines Adventure says Trump is someone to take seriously. I will agree with that. I will definitely agree with that. However you want to call it. The dude's got balls. He's not afraid to offend somebody. He's not afraid to take action. And, you know, that's why this threat does have the potential to really make things messy over there. I mean, if he follows through, the shit's going to get a whole lot more messy. But when does a war not get messy? I hope that it's just part of all warfare's deception. It's just part of the deception. And the more damage, you know, the more damage that's done to that country, or I mean anywhere over there, but the more damage that's done to Iran is just delaying everybody being able to make some money. You see what I mean? Why haven't they already taken out some of the oil infrastructure? We don't want to take it out. We just want to get over there and control it. They don't want to let the U.S. control it. If the objective was just to destroy the country, that's easy. That's not the objective. The objective is not to destroy it. It's to control the oil. Yeah, the lockdown was a very important lesson to me, and it should be to everyone. I agree. The lesson is how fragile our freedom can be, how fragile our freedom is. We're very free in certain places on the globe until they tell you you're not free, and it can happen like that. You know, the difference in America is like, it's sort of like living in a minimum security prison compared to how I've lived the last 15 years of my life. You go to America, I sort of feel like I'm in a minimum security prison. Can't deal with it. Over here, I'm free. On Southeast Asia. Right up until they tell you you're not free. And then it's like you're in a maximum security prison. Like that. That's sort of the difference. America, you're in a constant minimum security facility. You never get out of it. It never really gets too bad. You know, during the lockdown, what happened? Maybe you didn't get yard leave for a week or two. You got your, you know, your canteen privileges taken away for a couple weeks, and then you're back in the minimum security facility. And over here, I went from walking the streets to maximum security overnight. That's the difference. Okay, back up to some more comments. Okay, if you're just joining me, I want to say thanks for joining my hangout stream here. Basically, that timer over there, that's just the countdown timer to President Trump's deadline. That's how much more time Iran has to fully open the Strait of Hormuz. And if they don't open it up, by the time that timer hits zero, Trump says he's going to hit their power plants, starting with the big ones first. And they're going to, in turn, they're going to attack desalination plants, power plants, and IT facilities in various countries through the Middle East. Which, it's hot over there, it's a desert. Like my one friend said, you got to have water and an air conditioner to live in the desert over there. So hopefully this does not go down. Hopefully this is just part of, you know, Trump's way of putting pressure on the leadership over there, what's left of them, you know, to get somebody to come to the negotiating table. But you know what? That might be wishful thinking. That might be very wishful thinking. I think everybody around the world right now, what do we got to do? We're tightening our belts. Food prices are going up. Gas is doubling, tripling. It's just putting a hurting on everybody around the world, not just people over there. You know, our hurt is financial, which is obviously so much better than having bombs drop down on your building while you're trying to rest. But everybody in the world right now is affected by this in some form or fashion. So, you know, my personal hopes are some way or another, by the time that thing gets down to zero, somebody's talked to somebody, somebody's changed their mind, somebody's cooled off, somebody's thought about it, somebody said maybe this is not the best course of action to take, we're not in a big hurry, we didn't have to say 48 hours, just let it ride. So, I don't know, we'll see. Okay, so how many folks we got here now? 121 folks. I want to thank y'all very much for joining this little hangout stream. And what I've noticed over the years, just through running longer live streams, like people pop in and pop out. You know, a live stream is totally different than making and publishing a video. Live streams like a totally different animal. And you know, a lot of people like tune in for 10, 15 minutes and then they go about their business, and if you're still online, still live, they'll come back again for another 10, 20 minutes. When I run those really long ones, you know, people are just popping in at various times. And YouTube also seems to push the stream, and maybe it's just organically by viewers sharing it, I don't know. But like the longer you run the stream, the numbers are just, it's like YouTube keeps showing it to more folks. I don't know if that's true or not. And the other interesting fact was, if you're live streaming on YouTube, it will only record, 12 hours of your stream. Now, you can live stream a lot longer than that. I don't even know if there's a limit. But YouTube will only post the first 12 hours of the live stream as a video. So say you do 24 hours. The second half is not going to be recorded. It just goes away. Anyhow, some YouTube interesting facts right there. Now I'm starting to get the sun coming down on my equipment. I did not expect this. The sun beat down on the camera and the laptop a little bit. Man, I'm hoping it doesn't do a thermal shutdown. Let's make the rounds and see if there's any updates. Let's see. Jewish ambulances torched in London. Fitness app as security threat. A French aircraft carrier position was exposed by a jogging officer. Didn't we learn that lesson years ago when that Fitbit was showing all the supposedly secret, ain't no such thing as a secret U.S. base. The Fitbit put that map out and it showed a heat map of where everybody was running, and it was all these supposedly super secret, secret squirrel bases. So this jackass that just exposed the aircraft carrier is nothing new. He must have not got the memo. Cuba says they're ready for a possible U.S. invasion. U.S. envoy refuses to rule out strikes on Iranian nuclear power plant. See, here we go. We saw what happened in Japan with the Fukushima plant. Do we really need to be striking their nuclear power plant? I don't know, but according to the article, the U.S. has not ruled out striking that facility. Okay, we'll go to a U.S. website here. Still airport collision. Folks, I'll get off topic here just to read this if you're just riding down the road. 2 pilots are dead. 2 Port Authority cops seriously injured as Air Canada flight and emergency vehicle collide at LaGuardia. Airport is closed. Yeah, just a nasty looking crash between the aircraft, the nose of the aircraft, and the fire truck, which looks like it's turned up on its end. Let's see. The injured cops who work for the Port Authority Police Department's aircraft rescue firefighter unit. My gosh, that's a mouthful. The cops suffered broken bones and are expected to survive. A female flight attendant was ejected through the front of the aircraft while still in her seat during the crash and survived. My goodness. 72 passengers and 4 crew members on the CRJ 900 jet operated by Air Canada Express. Sources said the plane was carrying a group of Orthodox Jews from the New York area. Okay, so the Air Canada flight was rolling down the runway when it struck the truck as it crossed the runway, according to Flight Radar 24. Air traffic control audio showed that the rescue truck had been cleared to cross runway 4 at taxiway Delta. Though the tower controller can be heard repeatedly yelling at Truck 1 to stop before dispatching more units to the scene. Okay, so tragedy going down there. Okay, back to your comments, my friends. Okay, so I heard about there was a comment made that, let's see, RA, something about Pearl Harbor while he was talking to the Japanese Prime Minister. I'm not sure about that. Okay, so Nocturnal says, why do you think he put the time limit? I guess that's a great question. Why, out of all the other issues, did President Trump specifically put a 48-hour deadline on them reopening the strait? Why didn't he say soon, immediately? Why did he put a numeric? Why did he put a numeric value on it, where there is an absolute deadline? Now, that's risky in certain situations, because if the deadline comes and passes and you do nothing, nothing happens, it can look like you don't have the balls to make the decision. But that's if you care. You know what I mean? Some people, their egos get in the way of making the best decisions. Some people don't care. They're just worried about the end result, even if their ego doesn't look perfect. So again, we're asking questions I don't think that any of us have the answer to. But we start with the question: why did he put the deadline on this particular issue, on that particular tweet, or whatever the heck they call it? Maybe he tweeted that shit out too. I don't know. See, Jeff says, have I barbecued any good steaks lately? Nope. Last beef I've had on a grill was down in the village before we left almost a year ago. Right out a year ago. Just don't buy beef here. You know, chicken, pork, fish. Occasionally we'll eat a hamburger, but steak's just too expensive. You know, you're staring at a steak versus getting 2 or 3 kilos of chicken or what have you. You just can't bring yourself to it, right? Tuning in from Pennsylvania. How you doing, Bryce? 4:45 a.m. Working the night shift. Hope you're having a good shift, my friend. Used to work night shift when I was a younger dude. You know, when I was young, it wasn't a big deal. And then the last stint of a night shift I did, I guess I was about 30. Somewhere in there, and man, it put a hurting on me. I could do the work and stay up and do the work, but I just couldn't sleep during the day. So what would happen is I'd be a zombie for 5 days of the week and just sleep my 2 days off and then repeat. You know, I could do the work, I just couldn't sleep and recover. Yeah, they got good Australian beef. I mean, you can get whatever you want, but you know it's going to cost you. So yeah, there's good steakhouses. You can get good steaks, but for me, it's just the economics. When I sit there and I stare at the price, it just don't make economical sense. So probably since I left the States, I don't know. in 15 years, how many steaks have I ate? It's less than a dozen. And, you know, just economics. All right, got a little bit of noise. I think some of the construction workers are getting off work. Okay, prices rising in the Philippines. Yeah, diesel is double, probably approaching tripling if I had to guess. I'm gonna get all the vegetable prices, the updated prices this week and make a video. See exactly the current price of everything. I haven't been out, you know, in the past few days, just haven't been out and about much, but it just seems like the neighborhood is a lot quieter. You know, there was a day when it almost sounded like the lockdown, just too quiet. But, you know, people, like anywhere else, how do you deal with the high prices? Just sit your ass at home and don't go nowhere unless you have to. And if you have to go somewhere, you combine trips, get everything in one trip, and go back home, hunker down. Yeah, chicken and pork. You know, like I said, if I go stare at a steak, like I think the first steak I had over here that I cooked, my buddy Dennis, because I probably had one out to eat, but I was at the house one day and Dennis was moving out of his apartment, going down to where was he going? He was going down to not Alona Beach. I'll think of it in a minute. Where the bikini bar is, Puerto Galera. He was moving down to Puerto Galera, so he was cleaning out his condo, giving stuff away. Now granted, this is 2018, somewhere in there. He shows up and he's got a couple frozen steaks from S&R. Those steaks were like 1,000 pesos each. Now they were, you know, they were decent sized steaks. But just back then, say a $20 bill. So he just laid $40 worth of steaks on me. And man, those things were delicious. That's the only time I had never bought a steak here. I don't think I'd ever bought one in Thailand, not to cook at the house. But when you look at, you know, even then, you know, price of chicken, back then, what, a couple hundred pesos? You just say steak is like 4 times chicken, give or take. I'm like, okay, I can get 4 kilos of chicken versus 1 steak. You gotta go with the chicken. You just can't bring yourself to spend the extra money. Like I said, every now and then we'll eat a hamburger. That's pretty much our only beef intake. And I think the old lady, you know, the old lady has a psychological block. When I was cooking those steaks on that grill, everybody in the village was watching very closely to make sure my steaks didn't touch the pork or the chicken or the fish, whatever I had. They were like really concerned. They're not down with it. But in the same sense, the old lady loves to eat a hamburger. And I said, you know that's from a cow, right? I think it's just psychological. She just can't deal with the thought of a steak coming from a cow, but the burger, it's okay. That's what I deal with Big Pumpkin. Which is fine with me, because she never pressures me to take her to buy an expensive steak. I'm off the hook on that. No steakhouses for her. But on a daily basis, she's hounding me for what? For lechon baboy, roast pork. One of the big reasons she wants to go home to her village is for what? Lechon baboy on a regular basis. I'm like, it's roast pork. You can't make strategic decisions based on a piece of pork. That's just the way she is. Hey, Barry. Let's see. Once a month, eat steak. Go to the Market Village in Hua Hin, 13 to 15 a steak, Aussie meat. Check comes in, we treat ourselves. Let's see, Thai baht 32.99. All right, awesome, man. I hope you're doing well over there. So 13 to 15 a steak. Again, I got no idea what the steakhouses are charging here. You know what? I did have a steak that my buddy Eric brought out to me at his restaurant about a year ago. I can't remember what the price was, but he gave it to me, you know. Absolutely delicious. This, man. Now I'm sitting here thinking about steaks. Okay, the burgers I had in Thailand tasted way, way different. Not bad, but definitely different. Yeah, Bryce, a lot of places you go, the hamburgers will taste different. Like over, I just talk about like Afghanistan, some of the burgers at the chow halls tasted different. That's just one example. A lot of places you go to, it's not going to taste like U.S. beef. And, you know, from what you read in the research, a lot of these countries, there's a certain percentage, don't hold me to this, I don't know this for fact, I just read it, that there's a certain percentage of horse meat in certain places that might be making it taste a little different. I don't know. It was delicious to me. I smothered that with cheese and all the fixings. They were always delicious, but I know what you're talking about. You just go to places and it just tastes different, but also realize it doesn't have any the coloring, the preservatives, the beef doesn't have all the antibiotics in it. You know, it's just different in the States. I love me a good old-fashioned American hamburger, but what's more healthier? The beef I get outside America or in America? It's probably outside America. You know what I mean? Hold the steroids and the antibiotics. Anyhow, I'm just speculating. A lot of steakhouses have closed down because they're way too pricey. Yeah, you know, I was watching this little quick little documentary the other day about restaurants, especially in the States, how they're getting hurt because nobody's drinking anymore. Everybody's going out to eat. They're not ordering wine. They're not ordering beer, whiskey, which was, you know, a big part of their profit margin. And they're just talking about how it's changing things. You got to jack prices up so high to have a profit margin, and now they're so high people just don't come in to eat. So it's just a changing world. It's a changing world where people don't drink. They don't socialize unless it's in a digital form, because you don't have to drink to socialize over the internet. But if the same person meets face to face with his chatmate, they're nervous as hell. Unless they had a few beers. Now they can socialize. So the internet is a big factor in why people don't drink anymore, because socializing on your phone is very easy. Where before, a few beers broke down that barrier, especially the initial barrier, or initially meeting somebody, talking to a girl. Get you a couple beers, you're not shy to roll up there and say, "Shawty, what your name is?" That's all you got to do. But if you didn't have a couple drinks in you, it might be a little intimidating. Yeah, cost of DUIs, DWIs, whatever. You know, you get caught drinking and driving now. I mean, you basically got to take out a second mortgage to pay your lawyer to get out of it. I'm not condoning drinking and driving. I'm just saying life is hard enough. Life is hard enough. You run into the wrong fucking rookie cop after a beer. Next thing you know, you're going to jail and you're out 35 grand. But again, when does life ever get easier? Life always gets harder. It never gets easier. The eras that go by, they never get easier. More fucking paperwork, more rules, more regulations. Everywhere in the world. So I got to talk about when I first came to Southeast Asia. You would get on the bus, and the bus driver had a cooler right next to him. It was his side hustle. A lot of places over here. You want a beer? You just tell the A driver, the conductor, whatever you want to call him, the driver's assistant, or just hand your money up to the driver. Hand your money up to the driver. He'd reach in, grab a beer, hand it to the person, and they'd hand the beer back down to you. So the bus driver had a side hustle going on, selling beer, cokes, snacks. And that was cool. And then it got to the point where all of a sudden the coolers disappeared from the buses. But it was okay if you got off the bus and went and bought a beer and were drinking your beer on the bus. Nobody gave a shit. And now it's like a roll of the dice. Certain bus drivers will tell you, no, you can't drink on the bus. Some of them will let you get away with it. Maybe they're just too tired to tell you not to. But again, it's just, when do things ever really get better? If they did, there wouldn't be such a thing called the good old days. Man, back in the good old days, I could just buy a beer from the bus driver. Then I had to get off and buy it myself, and now I can't even get a fucking beer on a bus. What's the world coming to? Well, I said before, what's the world coming to is that in the near future, the FAA will ban all alcohol sales on domestic flights in America. There will be no alcohol allowed on any flight. The regulations will start tightening it up, and then it will eventually go to U.S. flagged carriers, period. Don't matter if you're on an international flight. It's a U.S. aircraft, U.S. flagged aircraft. There won't be any more booze sales at some point. I predict that's coming. I hope I'm wrong. Everybody else around the world, you'll still be able to buy beer. But good old United States of America gonna ban that. No drinking on the aircraft. What's the world coming to? Okay, if I was 30 years old, gonna move to Asia, what would be your pick? Thailand or the Philippines? My home and my paradise is Thailand. Okay, not saying anything bad about the Philippines. It's just, that's my home. I'm over here on a temporary deployment. At some point, I'll be going home. It depends on what your objectives are. But you can't, in my opinion, you cannot compare the Philippines to Thailand, and here's why. The Philippines is what people would refer to as a developing nation. Everything from the basic infrastructure, transportation, trash service, your basic infrastructure is still developing. You deal with brownouts. Thailand is developed. Is either place perfect? No, but you got to ask yourself, do I want to live in San Diego or Tijuana? That's a little bit too extreme. But you can't compare the Philippines to Thailand. They're at two different points. improvements are being made here every day. Don't get me wrong. But if you just want to say and try to compare the two, you cannot, because it's not a fair fight. It's like comparing San Diego to Tijuana. What do you want to do? I say Thailand's 50 years ahead. Some of y'all will argue against that. That's my professional opinion. I live in Thailand. I spend a lot of time over here. Most things are cheaper in Thailand. But as a 30-year-old, the dance that you have to do in Thailand is what visa are you going to live there on. That's your biggest obstacle about choosing Thailand. If you're old enough to retire, okay, not an issue either place. The retirement visas are still easier here in the Philippines. But if you're 30 years old, you have to figure out what visa is going to allow you to stay in Thailand. And sometimes it's challenging and changing. Where here, they're very easygoing about it. You can come here and stay in this country currently for up to 3 years on a tourist visa. Just keep going and keep your stuff current. At the end of 3 years, you have to exit the country and come back and start over. Now look, any of this stuff can change like this at a moment's notice. Any countries can change their visa regulations overnight. Okay? Always keep that in mind. I've experienced it in Thailand. After I moved to Thailand, there was a military coup. I guess I should have thought ahead, and it changed the rules on visas. So the Philippines does have them beat as far as the ease of staying here for a longer period of time. There you go. It's just, how do you want to live life? They're two different places. Yeah, the infrastructure, everything from the roads, transportation, the buses, the trains, it's wonderful in Thailand. You can go from one end of that country to the other on a nice train for dirt cheap. You know, when I used to go up to Vientiane, to Laos, I get on the little train in Pattaya. Now this little cute train in Pattaya, it was, and it may still be, but it was free for Thai folks. You could take that train for free from Pattaya up to Bangkok. It's a little slow train, stops at, you know, different stops. It's a beautiful little ride. And for the foreigner, the farang, it was like 35 baht, something like that. What was it, $1? I mean, for $1, a couple bucks, whatever it was. I think it was 35 baht. I could go from Pattaya straight into the train station in Bangkok. I walk maybe 50 meters and get onto a train that takes me straight up to the border with Laos. And the train is so nice. It has its own bathroom. Well, this is what I would do. You can get the cheap seats, but I would get the sleeper car, and it has 2 bunks in it. And I would just buy both bunks. That way I had it all private to myself. If you only buy one, you could potentially get a seatmate that you don't know. I wasn't down with that. So if it was me and my lady, it was a no-brainer. Okay. It's got a sink, electrical cord. You're sitting there watching the countryside go by. You got a bathroom around the corner, like 3-4 bathrooms and showers, clean. So I would get on that train at night, roll up there, wake up in the morning, get a shower. I'm fresh at the border. It's like I had a free hotel room and a view of the countryside. It's so wonderful. So anytime I can take that train around Thailand, love it. But the same way with the buses. Get them VIP buses. It's like sitting in a easy chair down below, like first class on a bus. It's just like night and day versus here. But again, on the whole, everything there is cheaper unless you start talking about dating. Okay? A lot of people here including myself, can't afford a Thai to get into a relationship with a Thai girl. That's my personal opinion. Okay, if you don't have some money, it's better to come here. Okay, but if you got plenty of money, well, pick which place you want to go to. But if you think you're going to move to Thailand on $800 a month and have a Thai girlfriend, it ain't going to work for you. That's just my personal opinion. Okay. All right, so let's see. Is that Graham? Hey, Mark, do you and Fatima like Bulalo? Yeah, I like Bulalo. Matter of fact, we used to go up there on the way to Subic Town. Now, I think the place is still there. I don't know if they still got great Bulalo, but back in the day when we were living in Barreto, on the way to Subic Town, there's a place on the left called 2P, what was it called? 2NP Scuba. I'll think of it in a minute. And there's a place right on the water, Korean run spot, and they had great bulalo. You can eat right there on the water. 2 Scuba Resort or something like that. But that was years ago. That was every now and then I'd go up there and get bulalo. I liked it. In Thailand, I call Pattaya home. Pattaya has been my paradise for a long time. That's my paradise. And believe it or not, people don't want to listen or believe, but it has nothing to do with the nightlife. Life is what you make it. Whether you're living in a place like Angeles, Pattaya, Las Vegas, New Orleans, Miami Beach, it's what you make it. A lot of those places initially will attract you there. You're initially attracted to Pattaya for partying and the girls, and at some point it gets old. Probably the same way with Vegas. Going to the casinos gets old. So if you take away, like Angeles City, you take away Walking Street and just take all that out of the equation, Angeles City is still a nice place to live. You got a couple malls, all the foreign guy food, immigration, and airport. The weather's pretty good. No major typhoons or major problems like other areas. Angeles City is a nice city to live in if you just look at it from a city standpoint and don't become, a one-click commander whose your area of operations is Walking Street. Well, that's what your life's going to devolve into. Same with Pattaya. Pattaya is a wonderful city. Great location, the weather, the food. Oh my God, you cannot beat Pattaya, Thailand on the food. So if you take out soy bacao and soy six and all the bars, it has no effect on me because that's not why I love it now. But when I first went there, that's what attracted me there. But now I don't go to any of those places. They have no effect on me. They could go away today. Just different point in life and live a different lifestyle. Okay, let's see. Happy Monday from Dan in Korea. 47th birthday here today. Happy birthday, Dan. Hope you had a great day, my friend. Yeah, Phuket the same. Like I said before, YouTube needs to do a better job on their search results when it comes to locations. If you search, for example, Vegas, you're going to see all this casino crap coming up. Well, you're assuming that that's why I'm searching for Vegas. Okay, you don't know if I'm searching for schools, real estate, the weather. If I search for Las Vegas casinos, well, that's what I want to show you. But by default, if you search for a place like Angeles City, a place like Tijuana, what's going to come up in the search results? It's nothing but the girls and the nightlife. The same with Pattaya. YouTube needs to say, look, if somebody searches for Pattaya, okay, 5% of the search results is going to be tits and ass. Okay, 20% is going to be food. 20% is going to be the beach. It needs to be a mixture of the location. But what they're doing now is when you search for any of these places, all they're doing is showing you tits and ass. And well, what perception do people get if they search for Pattaya or if they search for Angeles City, where on a percentage, I mean, how many people live in this city? It's a pretty good sized place. What percentage go over there to this one shitty street every night? 0.01% probably. Pattaya might be a little bit higher percent because, you know, it's just bigger, but maybe not, because of the numbers of people who live in that city every day, lead a normal life, and the number of tourists who come there that have nothing to do and don't go to the bars. They should do a better job of giving you a more accurate depiction of what the place has to offer. You know, how come when I search for Pattaya, I don't see three water parks? We got 3 awesome water parks for the kids. I got 2 kids. I'm sure Google knows I have 2 kids. So when I search for Pattaya, why don't I see three damn water parks instead of tits and ass on Beach Road? Somebody over there trying to, you know, fuck with the freelancers. You know, it's part of YouTube. YouTube's algorithm ain't so smart. And then you have some jackass try to tell you that, oh, that's all there's to do in Pattaya is chase the women. That's all there is to do in Angeles City is chase women. Partly because those are the search results that Google and YouTube is showing them. Yeah, let's see. What's the one advice you were given about moving abroad you didn't listen to? Now give to someone else. Man, I have to think about that. I don't know, but like, you know, okay, I wrote a book. Well, I wrote 2 books. My second book, I consider it the divorce handbook for men. And you know what I learned from that book was that, number one, men mostly don't read, especially when it comes to advice type shit, right? Number one, men don't read. Number 2, men don't fucking listen to advice. How many times have I given people advice and they never took my advice? About 99.9% of the time. Sometimes I get tired of talking. I don't even, unless somebody asks me, I don't even give that advice anymore unless on this platform. You know, part of what I do. But how many people have I told about places, flights, what to do, what not to do? They never. What I've learned over the years is nobody listens to your advice. So before coming, I don't know, man. I'll have to think about that. But the best advice, maybe I'll do that in a separate video, was about the professor. I've told that story many times. Hey, Bad Boy Travel. Just came in the door. What do I think will happen, if anything, when the clock hits 0? I don't know, my friend. That's what we've been discussing. I don't think anybody knows. That's what we're trying to figure out. Maybe nothing. Maybe there's already strikes inbound. I don't know. But I think we're all in agreement that if he follows through with what he said, things are going to get really messy. They have the potential to get really, really messy over there. And that's really not what any of us need, if you're looking at it from the short fight. But again, if you're looking at it from a 100-year planning horizon, it's a different objective. So that's what we're going to find out, man. I might keep this thing live until that thing runs down to 0. Guitar Jams, how you doing? Ramster, how are you? Okay, the best advice is twofold. All your trouble is within yourself. Only you can figure it out. Second, people need to assimilate into the culture and country. You can't fight it, just go with it. That's great advice right there. All of the trouble, it's within yourself or caused by yourself. You're the captain of your own destiny. Nobody steered me to Soy 6 every night for years. Nobody steered me to Walking Street every night for years. Nobody forced me to go to Tequila Reef and drink 2 margaritas to where I didn't even know where my hotel was. This guy did all of that. All comes from within. Now, I live within, I don't know, 15 minutes of that same street, maybe 20 minutes. I say 15. Anyhow, I live less than 20 minutes from that same street I used to go to every night and get hammered drunk and chase women. And wake up with somebody strange and eating doxycycline like they were Skittles. You know, just, I steered myself there. I'm still living here. I'm in the same place I was back during that time frame. Got no reason to go down there. It's there if I want it. I got no fucking want to go over there. Dudes spend 2 weeks of their vacation every year to come here and do what I can do every night if I wanted to. No interest in it. So it all comes from within. No matter where you move to. What kind of lifestyle do you want to live? Okay, Guitar Jams. All right, Big Pumpkin. Okay, folks, I'm gonna let Big Pumpkin sit here and stand in for me for just a second while I go take a 10-100. She's reporting that she does not have a bra on. Baby, they don't care. Can you just sit right here and read comments for a minute? Come on, you're doing a great. You can do it, folks. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Y'all keep the conversation going.
I don't know even what you're talking about.
Hey, just go in here and read some comments.
You go there.
All right, folks, just hold what you got. I'll be right back.
Wait some muna, guys. Alam mo, go. have chicken soup. We have chicken soup. Burgos. Yep. This chicken. Fatima which restaurant? This chicken. My rest. My restaurant. Joke. Marco. My restaurant. My chicken is the best. Clean dancing, not what you want. I'm not thinking that too. Guys, sorry, I'm haggard. Ano bra? I cannot do it in the camera while live in live. Fatima, don't be shy. At least I'm not going to tell my recipe. Oy, that's my own recipe. Get some screen time while it's over. Hi guys.
Baby, trying to run an award-winning travel show here.
Hey, do you want to know
Okay, folks.
my recipe? And I'm not going to tell my recipe of my chicken.
Well, I'm back. Back like a bad dream.
Thank you. And the soup was thank you, beautiful.
Okay, let me check my angle on the dangle. Yeah, I'm still looking good. Man, I'll make this look good. I don't think I need my sunglasses anymore. I don't really need my hat. 14 hours. 14 hours and 10 minutes. Big Pumpkin, can you look under there and see if that light's green on the microphone right there?
Green.
On the side, on the microphone. Hold on, folks. I don't want to
Yeah.
run. Still in the green?
Yeah.
Okay, good job. All right, so thanks for joining me. The old lady was supposed to sit down and do some narration, but she's shy. She's very shy. If you're just joining me, 14 hours and 10 minutes until President Trump's
Are you going
deadline.
to live in here
for-
all day? All night?
Do you see that I'm trying to
I
talk
just
about
want to know.
what?
Are you going to live in here all night?
Okay, can you pour me some more water, please? Fill her up.
Huh?
Huh?
Are you going to live in
Yeah, I might stay up all night long.
Good for me.
I might pull Lionel Richie. Stay up all night long.
Well,
I got plenty of time to sleep when I'm dead.
I'm going to get one.
Okay. You want to go get me a Coke? Okay, so let me just reset and then I'm going to go back to your comments. 14 hours until the deadline that Trump gave Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And if I got my times and everything correct, the deadline is Monday, March 23rd, 7:44 p.m. Atlanta time, DC time. And what was crazy when I was first trying to figure out when the deadline ended, Truth Social was showing me Philippine time. I had it all messed up, but I think I got the numbers right. What am I hoping happens? I'm hoping nothing. I'm hoping cooler heads can't prevail, because if the U.S. hits their power plants, they retaliate, hit power plants. There in the Middle East, water desalination plants, it's going to get messy. At what point can you pull things back, right? So I don't know what's going to happen. I've learned a lot through the stream already. I usually learn more from you fine folks out there than you learn from me. So we're just all in it together. What's going to happen when that clock hits 0? I don't know. But all warfare is based on deception.
He's not doing.
What? Big Pumpkin says what? He's not going to do anything? Big Pumpkin says don't worry. DJT's not going to do anything. But Big Pumpkin, do you know what we're talking about? You do now? Okay.
Go to the comment.
Baby. Okay, I'm checking it. I gotta see how I look on the camera. Boom! Bad boy travel coming off the top ropes for Fatima's chicken soup recipe. Let's see. Put that add to broadcast. Thank you very much, Bad Boy Travel. He's wanting your chicken soup recipe. I don't really recommend it. Now, if you try her fried chicken is on time, delicious. Every now and then she'll put too much salt, but most of the time she makes very, very delicious fried chicken. The chicken soup ain't nothing to write home about. It's soup. But if you really want something to sell, you get her to make fried chicken. I told her if something happens, I go down, just start selling fried chicken. You sell fried chicken over there on Walking Street, man.
What's taco?
All right, Sal checking in from Melbourne. How are you?
What's taco?
All right, lived in AC, met a great Filipino partner. Cheers. Cheers to you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Let's see, Forza. Now that's Jenny. You remember Jenny that made that video? Jenny said that's her channel there. Her old channel got taken down. Remember she made that funny video? Okay, Smooth Trucking says, my best videos were during the first year of the lockdown. You kept me going. Man, I'm glad I could help you. Y'all helped me. If I didn't have this camera and you fine folks out there and that balcony and that cooking table, I would have went out of my mind during that. Those cooking shows and that balcony saved me. I was in a bad position. Imagine being locked down without having that balcony. Oh man. And a lot of people were. At least I had that balcony. Now everywhere I go, and let's talk about this. I've talked about you rent. So if anything goes down, you pack up your 2 suitcases, get the hell out of that country, go home or go to another country. If you're a renter in Dubai, a renter in any of these places, pack your suitcases and roll somewhere where there's no conflict. Ever since the lockdown, wherever we move to, I do, and I discuss it with her, I factor in the what if there's another lockdown factor. And I hate to have to do that. But it happened once, I pray to God it never happens again, but it could. So if we go look at a place, you go through all the normal checks. Hey, they got internet here, yeah, not too many brownouts, there's enough room, it's a safe neighborhood, blah, blah, blah. What if there's another lockdown? Could we get locked down in this house, apartment, condo, wherever? Not hoping that it ever happens again, but that's always factored into wherever we're going to live. It has to be. I was lucky enough to have that balcony to escape the inside. I could go out, walk around my balcony, drink, get some sunshine. If I did not have that balcony, I would have went absolutely out of my mind. This place here, got a little bit of outdoor area, got this carport, got a balcony up there. Okay, go ahead, pull another lockdown. I'll survive here. But that's how I look at all these places. The bait shack was perfect. Go ahead, pull a fucking lockdown. I'll sit on the balcony, cook, look at the beach, take a swim every day, no problem. It's sad that we have to be like that. But I was here during the whole thing. I know what places were very militant. I know where the checkpoints were. There's certain places I won't live here now because I saw how they had to deal with the lockdown. But again, if you just rent and even a little bit of chatter starts talking about something like that, you get your shit and get the hell out. If you're a bachelor, go somewhere else. Where's the rally point? Anywhere but here. Yeah, Big Pumpkin is shy. Y'all know Big Pumpkin is very shy. She, initially, I first met the old girl. She wouldn't be on any of my videos. I didn't try to make her. She just was so shy. Didn't want the camera. Wouldn't. If I pointed the camera at her, she would freeze. She wouldn't talk. She couldn't say nothing. So she's come a long way, but she's still very, very shy. In person, she's warmed up to the camera a bit, but just naturally shy. To the point to pain in the ass. Let's see. Okay, back down. What were we talking about before I had to step out? I think it was guitar jams. Talking about something. Let's see, Ramster, thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Let's see, going back up. I can't remember what we were talking about. Okay, you heard gas is 107 a liter now. Yeah, at least. I saw one report that there was 120. This was days ago. I haven't been out in a few days, so I'm going to go out next day or so and get all these prices on vegetables, meat, gasoline. Yeah, I mean, it's bad for everybody, but when you're on such a small budget, it's devastating. I mean, it really is. The jeepneys, I think they approved, it was 13 pesos a ride, then it went up to 14. And I think the government's giving them some type of subsidy for the fuel. I think down in Manila, they got like $5K per jeep. Okay, I'm trying to I can't remember what we were talking about. Okay, oh, here it is. Hey Heath, how you doing, my friend? Southeast Tennessee checking in. Let's see, I think there will be damage on both sides. It will take 5 to 10 years to rebuild the energy sector, and inflation will be worse than Biden's days. They're talking about shutting down gas stations in Thailand every night at 10 p.m. till the morning and prevent people from filling up gas cans or jerry cans full of gas. If they don't have, like what I've read here, and folks, I'm not asserting anything. I just read the local news like everybody else. But you read the local news here and look at the stats, and they say that this place has about a 30-day fuel reserve, 30 days. And then you read that here and other places in Southeast Asia, everybody's turning to the Russians to try to get them to, come on board to fill the gap. So everybody's busy looking for some type of solution. But I guess what everybody's hoping is that this thing calms down. There's some type of negotiation, at least to open up the strait. But Iran don't seem too interested in cooperating, especially when they're being threatened. All right, let's see. Yeah, Salmon Explorer. The lockdown taught me that people are really scared of dying, and 95% believe whatever they are told. Frightening to me. Yeah. I think, what it reminds me of is this blackjack dealer over at, I met him and talked to him several times. It was in Tunica. Man, getting old. Anyhow, me and my Thai wife, my mother went over to Tunica, and we sit at the blackjack tables. There was this dealer there, tall black guy, probably, I'd say about my age. And he made the statement one time, like I would sit there and play, and people would come and go. We'd stay there all night. I could take $100 and make it last all night. Usually by the next day I lose my $100, but I could play all night on it, drink free. But the dude said that people try so hard not to lose at this game that they never try to win. And it's sort of the same philosophy that people are so scared of dying, they're afraid to live their lives, or interchange the two. I don't know which descriptor is better, but yeah, I think most people are so scared of dying, they're just afraid to live. And we certainly saw that during that lockdown mess, just how scared people really are. When we're all destined for the same destination. This whole meat suit ain't gonna last forever. So why wouldn't you want to live life? Anyhow, back when I was a paramedic, one of the things I learned was, aside from somebody offing themselves, most people didn't plan on dying that day. And I formulated that opinion by, say you run a head-on collision, 2 people dead, and then this lady here had a trunk full of groceries, fucking eggs, milk splattered everywhere. She just bought $150, $200 worth of groceries. On the way home, boom, DRT, dead right there. And just things like that, I formulated the opinion that most people don't plan on dying that day, unless it's intentional, doing something to themselves. Maybe they plan that out, but you see what I mean. Nobody plans on going down. And you have to, I think we all have to plan like we're going to live to be 100, because there's a potential. But living in Southeast Asia around people who are mostly, 10, 20. Well, when I first moved here in my 30s, there were people, I was hanging out with people 30 years older than me. What I've learned and observed is that everybody plans to live to be 100, and they don't make it anywhere close. You know what I mean? Like they're being very frugal with their money, afraid to spend their own money. They got $500,000 in the bank, and next week they're dead. They didn't plan on dying that soon. I have yet to see the first case. I hope I'm going to be the case. That somebody said, I'm going to live to be 100, and they end up living to be 107. It's the opposite. Oh, I'm going to live to be 100, I'm worried about this and that, and you're dead at, 62. That's just my personal observations, is that people plan too long and they're afraid to live here when they are alive. They don't get to enjoy much of the fruits of their labor. Boom! Dock him off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well. And you know what I see is that I'm getting the nighttime is coming up. Big Pumpkin didn't turn any lights on for me, so I'm gonna have to make an adjustment on the camera. Yeah, Doc, man, I hope you're doing well, buddy. Just stay safe over there. I hope things calm down. I mean, I love Dubai, Abu Dhabi. I love it over there. This is hurting me to hear all this crap going on. All right, so y'all hold 1 second. I'm gonna have to adjust the camera. Old single dad, Steven Spielberg. I gotta brighten up what's going on here because it's getting low light conditions. So all I gotta do is take this thing down to about a 2.0. Okay, just hold what you got. Take that thing down to a 2.0. Come over here, my trusty app. Connection unsuccessful. My old camcorder's got this little remote. Comes with a little remote, right? It's simple. You just push that button. My new camera, I got to deal with this app. I'm so tired of apps. I'd just rather use my old remote, but the old remote won't work on the new camera. Damn app is convenient, but how long does it take you to get the damn thing running? Okay, so manual focus. I go to autofocus. Hold on a second. Focus. And ISO, go to auto. Alright, how's that look? Is that okay? I hope that's okay. And then I'll tell Big Pumpkin to go ahead and turn my outside lights on in case I decide to go the duration of this. Okay, if you're just joining us, 13 hours, 51 minutes until President Trump's deadline about opening up the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran's got less than 14 hours. Less than 14 hours to open up shipping. And he used the word, what's the word in there? Fully. Fully open without threat. Or America will hit and obliterate the various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. It's not looking good. It's not looking good, but again, I've been quoting The Art of War. Okay, got a hard copy of it right here. All warfare is based on deception. And obviously, we've seen Trump utilize a lot of deception. So maybe this is just his way of putting pressure on them. But again, they don't seem to care too much. They don't seem to be affected by threats too much. This copy here, I got this here in the Philippines, and it's a new book. It's got a lot of like 5 or 6 different books inside of it. It's printed in China, but it's a translation of The Art of War from a British military officer in like 1901 or something like that. But it's got one version with notes on it that explains a lot of things from different Chinese philosophers. It's got like footnotes. The other one is just The Art of War. But if you read the one with all these footnotes and how certain Chinese philosophers interpreted what he said, it's a great piece of learning if you're in the military or interested in strategy. Anyhow, back to your comments here. Let's see. Boom! Bad boy of travel. Thank you very much for a cup of coffee. I certainly appreciate it. I'm gonna have to dispatch Big Pumpkin over to the sorry store. But you know what? I went over there today and she was closed. So just to give you an update, like our kids have no school on Mondays till the end of the month. Now that's just another week. Maria's got online class on Mondays. Now admittedly, old single dad couldn't get her logged into the class because we can't find the password. My bad, I gotta fix that. But the kids have school. School is off on Mondays to offset the gas price for everybody, right? Boom! Sand Bin Explorer. The USA is dealing with the rational people. They do not understand this war was lost before it started. They need to read Art of War indeed. I think it really needs to be stressed more. I really do. Because this is what the Chinese are studying, what they've studied for how many years now? When was this supposedly written? I don't think nobody exactly knows. What, like 500 BC? And what Americans don't realize is that not everybody thinks like us. And you don't understand that until you leave America and you realize people they just don't think the same. They don't have the same values and needs and wants. Their egos are different. And I think that's where we don't put enough emphasis on studying other folks' culture, their language, and in this case, getting to know the enemy, how the enemy thinks, the CCP, how do they think, how are they raised? It's a different mentality. Okay, so thank you very much. Sand Bin Explorer, certainly appreciate it. Okay. Check out Billy Graham's sermons. Are you prepared to die? You know, logistically, none of us are prepared to die. We might think that we are, but we're not. So many dudes I've seen go down up here through the years just weren't prepared. Even the ones who really thought they went the extra mile and were prepared. But is anybody ever prepared to die? You know, it's like the way the world should work in a perfect world is like by the time you turn 50, give everything away to your kids. So the day you die, nobody has to deal with lawyers or anything else. All they got to do is worry about what? Chucking you in the clay. Instead of dealing with paperwork and bills and lawyers but the world don't work that easy. Okay, the reason we were in this war is because Trump's feelings and ego got hurt when the negotiations went bad. Okay, then he turned trigger happy. Hey, 345 Adventures, how are you? Checking in from the Cayman Islands. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so I'm going to pull up, I'm just going to go around the horn on my websites here. Again, if you're just joining me, I don't have a favorite news source. And if I set up my if I set up my switcher, I can put all the news stuff on there. I said, I'm not going to take the time to set up the switcher. I'm just going to put the meat and potatoes, the counter, the deadline, what was said, what the response was, and just leave it. And I'm just going to read updates instead of worrying about what to put on the screen. Okay, so nothing new on this one. Same deal. Looks like, again, the aircraft crash in New York is sort of taking over center stage. The airport collision. And obviously our heart goes out to everybody affected by that. But you know, it goes back to all of these runway incursions, the controllers. What's the problem going on with air traffic control? They're probably just overworked, not enough staff, not enough equipment, it's too many flights, and then this is what you get. I don't know who's at fault. Obviously they'll figure out who's at fault. Somebody will be blamed and it'll be their fault, but take the timeline to the left. Is somebody having to handle too many aircraft at one time, and that's why all of these incidents are occurring? You know, these things used to be very few and far between, and now they just seem too routine. Or maybe that's just me. Let's see. Sal says, when China invades Taiwan, the Malacca Strait would be affected, and China and Thailand as a backup. Hey Maximus, how you doing, my friend? McCullough City. Hey, have I been live for 5 hours already? No wonder my voice is about to roll. All right, got JXX in the house. Virginia on station. Thanks for joining us, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I can't believe I've been sitting here for 5 hours already. The time goes by like that. Sometimes I can tell because my voice, like at some point my voice will start to go. And then I don't know if I'm just drinking enough water or whatever. Then I'll get a second wind and I can just keep talking. But like the first 4 or 5 hours, my voice starts to fade out. Hopefully it'll come back. Yeah, guitar. Hey man, like I said, every politician lies about everything, so there's no surprise there. They're going to tell us what we want to hear to get themselves elected. And when have they ever improved our lives or solved our problems? You know, just like my buddy said, what do people really want from the government? Just get the heck out of our way and leave us alone. That's really what we want. Just get out of our hair and leave us the hell alone. That's not going to happen. You know, I view governments on like if I'm looking at the world from a mafia standpoint. Okay? You've got all these crime families in New York City. The Gambino crime family. But really the big crime family is the city of New York crime family. The United States federal government crime family. The city of Los Angeles crime family. The, Fulton County crime family. If you take off the ink, the paper, the patches, the badges, the officialness of it, they're taking money out of your pocket for what? For a protection racket. Sounds like the mafia, right? They're just the biggest crime family in the state or in the local area. The what they call the criminal mafia crime families, they're down here. They're criminals. Why? Because these up here want the money. They're going to take more of your money. These folks down here are infringing on their money. They're just all taking money. That's the way I look at it. So The U.S. has to be in a constant state of war to feed the military-industrial congressional complex. So for anybody to say there's not going to be any war on my watch, they're not going to be president if they're telling the truth. Okay? Who controls the United States? Oil industry and the military-industrial congressional complex. We're going to go to war somewhere. You don't get contracts to make new missiles and new bombs unless you send those missiles and bombs downrange and convince the American people that there's a reason for it. See how that works? You just keep building them. At some point, why we need all this stuff? Where are we going to put it? Aha! Yeah, scrape up a new war. It's called rotating the stock. Okay, the line in the sand has been set. Less than 14 hours to go. Hey, Sardino. Hey, man, I got my jacket sitting right here, man. When it gets cool, and it will get cool, I will put it on. It's going to get cool here tonight. Okay, will do, Doc. Okay, how long before the Marines get there from San Diego? So obviously, they're sending U.S. Marines aboard various ships. And me and my buddy were talking about this the other day, you know. Okay, now look, this is extremely conspiratorial. I talked about earlier how there's theories that FDR, people in the government, knew about the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, and they let it happen. Why? To get the American people on board. A divided house cannot stand. And again, up until that time, there was an organization against America getting into the war. It had very influential people, like 800,000 members. What was it called? I talked about it earlier in the stream. America First Committee. Once they hit Pearl Harbor, and a couple thousand of our sailors lost their lives, it changed everything. They hit us in the homeland. It changed everything. Now everybody just couldn't wait to sign up, go fight. It unified everybody. Some conspiracy theorists say the same thing about 9/11. Now I'm not saying that. I'm just bringing up what's out there. There's documentaries about it, right? To get everybody on board. The Gulf of Tonkin incident. Weapons of mass destruction. Need I go on and on and on and on? Well, right now it seems like America is divided. The support is not there. America is divided. So it's a divided house. How do you get the American people to get back behind this? That's what I'm worried about. Because early into this, people have already lost interest. News media are already covering other things. How do you get the American people back 100% behind this? What do they need? That's a little bit conspiratorial, right? But right now, everybody's not on board with the program. I think we'll all agree on that. Half of y'all listening here are not on board. But what if Iran, say, sank a ship with hundreds of Marines on there? That would make you angry. It would make me very angry. So I'm just talking out loud. I'm just talking out loud. I'm stating a fact. America is not unified behind this. I don't think as they want. How do you get Americans unified? And I'll just sort of leave it at that. I mean, they've already demonstrated the capability to hit ships in that strait. We all agree on that, right? They demonstrated the capability. So I don't know. Is sailing, hundreds, thousands of Marines through there up to try to take that island? Is it worth it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? The risk of one of those ships getting hit, if that's what the plan is? I'm just asking the question. Okay, so let me, I'm not seeing anything here really updated. I know some of y'all probably got Fox News on in the background. I don't watch Fox News or watch anything. I'm just sitting here refreshing my page on my news sources to see if any headline pertains to what we're talking about. So if somebody sees something that I don't see, please put it out there. But again, I'm just looking at the top news right now is 2 pilots are dead after plane collides with fire truck on a runway at LaGuardia Airport. We'll go over here, drive over to the Washington Post and see what they're talking about. Washington Post. It's just so funny when this is how I look at news, just 10, 15 different places. It's just so blatantly apparent everybody's agenda, just by the tone, the choice of words and adjectives. Okay, so here's from the Washington Post. At least one winner emerges from Iran war, U.S. natural gas exporters. President Donald Trump's energy dominance agenda gets a boost as governments in Asia scramble to substitute Middle East oil. Okay. Trump's threats and U.S. troop buildup raise specter of battle for Hormuz. Okay, makes sense. Got a bunch of Marines headed that way. So nothing really new. Okay, so Sporty is reporting every day, can hear the bombs about 10 clicks from where he's at. My friends, stay safe. Just stay safe over there, brother. Okay, now the Washington Post is trying to make me pay, so I can't see the Washington Post. Let's check the Bangkok Post. Drive over to Thailand. Okay, here's the headlines from Bangkok. Gold prices plunge in Thailand. Power tariff could rise as high as 4.59 baht per unit. Villagers defend Abbott after porn found in his burnt residence. Not sure what that has to do with my show, but tanker caught smuggling diesel into Myanmar. So you're going to see a lot more of that, obviously, right? You're going to see a lot more fuel theft, people trying to steal gas from gas stations. pulling up there trying to pull their scams. Let's see, the Beach of Life calling in from Japan. Missed the warmth of the Philippines. Okay, Lux Shampoo says there will be no Armageddon. It's a hoax from the media to make money. Well, who makes a lot of money when people are glued to their TV screens? That's how the media makes money. They're definitely right. Flames, crashes, wars, that's what sells newspapers, as they used to say. That's why people stay glued to their screen, due to conflict and drama. Okay, so up to 33 baht per dollar now. Yeah, if people can't afford to vacation here. That's what I was talking about earlier. How, you know, what is this going to do to the world's tourism? It's obviously going to take a hit. But I guess specifically, how is it going to affect Southeast Asia, Thailand, the Philippines? How is it going to, the price of a ticket is going to what? It's already, I hate to look. I hate to even look to see what a plane ticket is right now. Hell, just going from Clark over to Bangkok, there's no telling. With everything going up, everything, you know, the food, the transportation, everything's going up. I guess if I were sitting over there on a budget and saying, okay, when am I going to go to Southeast Asia? My money's not going to go as far right now. The plane ticket is going to be crazy. I'll probably just wait and see what happens. So, I don't know. It seems to me that they're about to take a hit, especially here. But we'll see. Any place you got a lot of budget travelers, backpackers, and the price of that ticket goes up or doubles, you're gonna wait it out. Okay, lots of political will here in Japan to support the U.S., but none to join the fight. Yeah, funny how that works. Everybody wants to support the cause on paper, whatever it may be, but when it comes down to it, how many people are actually going to join in the action? It's like that old saying, everybody wants to do gangster, or everybody wants to be a gangster until it's time to do gangster stuff. No different. And I'm not offering an opinion either way. Just statement of fact. Most people are just fucking talk. It's like that song. We were watching it the other night. You find out who your friends are. By Tracy Lawrence. Is it Tracy Lawrence? Yeah. And we were watching it on CMT Campfire Series. They're just sitting around a campfire playing acoustic sets. But then I showed them the video, the old video. And the song's talking about when your car breaks down in the middle of nowhere, you find out who your friends are. Who's gonna fire up their car, come help you out, not worry about do they got enough gas in the car, is it too late, all these fucking excuses. You break down in the middle of nowhere, or end up in a fucking hospital, look up, you find out who your friends are. Great song. Yeah, so Diego Garcia is located in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So they thought Iran could not reach that base. And from what I heard, they cranked off, 2 missiles and they shot both of them down. Yeah, folks, they say ships are getting through. I'm not looking at a map to track the shipping, but certain ships are getting through. Supposedly they're paying $2 million toll. All right, so let me go back to my countdown. 13 hours, 23 minutes. Is this the countdown to some type of bigger conflict, which leading in the direction of Armageddon, or, in the words of my buddy, is this a countdown to a big nothing burger? We went over his Truth Social posts earlier. The one post, it's like, hey, we're going to wind this thing down. And the next post is you got 48 hours. So there's definitely mixed messages, not very clear. But when is the government ever clear with us? They're never clear. They always keep us in the dark, confused, fucking lied to. That's just par for the course. Let's see, Sal. Let me see it go here. Boom, Sal, coming off the top ropes. Thank you very much, my friend. Put you on the screen there. All right, I hope you're doing well. And I think on my software, it puts it up there. It doesn't do the emoji, the dancing emoji stuff. I don't know if y'all see that or not. But I'm doing well to get that thing to do gymnastics up onto the screen. I'll tell you, it takes a small miracle on my part to get this up and running. Hey, 53-year-old pirate. I need a film crew. Still waiting on Hollywood to call. Yeah, Mark says if you have 2 or 3 friends you can call in the middle of the night and they'll show up, your life is good. Yes, I agree. That's it. It's the great song. Look up and find out who your friends are. 130 folks here now. I want to say thank y'all very much for joining this little stream. I already talked about the twerking. I was going to do a video about the twerking. I've already talked about it earlier in this stream. There was an article where cops in Florida down there on spring break are going around telling girls that's extreme twerking. If you don't stop, we'll take you to jail for whatever. Disorderly conduct. I mean, who has a problem with a big booty girl twerking on the beach during spring break? Does anybody have a problem with that? Okay, she's in a bikini, right, but she's at the beach, right next to the water. She's in the appropriate attire for the setting. It's spring break. What do people do on spring break? They drink, try to get laid, dance, party. What is the problem with a big booty girl doing 30 seconds of twerking in front of other young people partying, trying to get laid? That the police need to come down there and threaten to take her to jail for excess twerking. Now, if you're in church on a Sunday, that's not the appropriate place to wear a bikini and twerk. But a Florida beach on spring break with 100 other spring breakers partying, why do we care? I don't get it. Boom, Jofer, off the top rope to the octagon. Thank you very much, my friend. I certainly appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. And look at that. The gymnastics on the screen. Thank you very much. You know what? I might even move that up a bit. My slide is too busy. It's just too busy. I got too much material on here. You know, like I said, back when you when you have to design a PowerPoint, you stand up in front of the room, and if the first thing you say is, I know this slide's a little busy, but if that's the first thing you say, then your slide is too damn busy. Don't do it. This slide is busy because I didn't want to set up my other equipment where I could show the news articles. I just didn't have enough time. I said, you know what? This is going to be a busy slide. I put my beautiful face in this small box and let's run the timer. It looks busy, but the point is the timer. What is going to happen at the end of this deadline? So let's get back on topic. Yeah, younger generation ain't drinking no more. That's their big problem. Houston Rodeo got a dress code. Well, here's the thing. Okay, talk about the Houston Rodeo. I grew up going to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. It's a big deal. The schools for 2 weeks you're doing rodeo art. I mean, it's all about the rodeo. But back then, nobody would disgrace themselves and wear a bathing suit with your balls hanging out and a tank top that looks like you come out of a gym in 1982 and flip-flops to the damn rodeo. We didn't have that problem back then. But now, I would imagine, I'm going to speculate, Ron Burgundy, speculate. I'm going to speculate. I haven't read the article, but I'm going to speculate that you got men going to the fucking rodeo in flip-flops, women in pajamas and spandex, and just not appropriate for a rodeo. And I'm just speculating. That's probably what the problem is. It's the same problem on the airplane. People wearing their bathing suit on an airplane, not appropriate. People wearing a bathing suit on the beach at spring break, highly appropriate. People wearing a bathing suit to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, not cool. All right, just don't do it. We're talking about these dress codes now. That one steakhouse got a dress code. What the hell is wrong with if you run a fine dining restaurant? I don't even know what restaurant it was. If you want to run a restaurant with fine dining, what's wrong with the expectation that people put some decent clothes on to come eat? It's the atmosphere. Okay, that steak's not worth $100. You can buy that at Walmart for probably 20. It's the atmosphere. I don't want to dress up and go there and be sitting next to Scuba Steve with his balls hanging out. I don't want to do that. I want to look around and feel like I'm in that episode of Goodfellas. And they're sitting there listening to some music. Everybody in there is dressed to the nines. That's the atmosphere I'm looking for. Not go eat a $100 steak next to Magnum PI with his balls hanging out. So everybody in America has a problem with it. Same way with putting a dress code on a cruise ship. People have been having problems with that. But look, if you go on a cruise ship, what's wrong with the experience of when I'm by the pool, I'm dressed like Jimmy Buffett. I'm walking around the ship, I'm dressed like Jimmy Buffett. Then at night, you go shower, put some nice clothes on, go to a nice meal in one of the nice restaurants on the ship. It's a different change in atmosphere. Why would you want to go to a nice restaurant, with your Speedo on? It don't make no sense to me. Doesn't anybody enjoy some fashion anymore? In America, not much. It doesn't seem. Speaking of fashion, I'm starting to get a little cool. In a few minutes, you're about to see me upgrade this. You're going to see a big upgrade. And I'm not in a fine restaurant. I'm sitting here in my carport in the Philippines you know, talking about world geopolitical issues. Okay. So I checked the news sources, folks. If you're just joining me, I'm not seeing any like breaking development in the topic at hand. I don't see any breaking news. You know, U.S. is hitting power plants. It just looks like the same news is going on. Again, with the Air Canada crash at LaGuardia. It's sort of taking center stage right now. And I'll just read you the headline. 2 pilots dead, 41 people hospitalized after Air Canada plane hits a fire truck after landing at LaGuardia. Airport is closed, so any of y'all flying into LaGuardia, flight's going to be delayed. Okay, so here's my article right here. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse gets schooled by Chili's in viral dress code feud online. So here you go. Ruth Chris probably, I'm going to speculate. They say, hey, you want to come here and eat? Put some damn clothes on. Okay? We're a nice restaurant. And Chili says, oh, just wear what you want. We're not the dress code police. Well, Chili's, admittedly, is not Ruth's Chris. It's a different atmosphere. But I'll still maintain, don't go to Chili's in your bathing suit and your tank top when other people are trying to enjoy their meal. They don't want to look over there at a half-naked bear. They just don't. Okay. Come down here, everything looks good. Still operating in the green. 13 hours, 12 minutes. Alright, still looking pretty good on the old YouTube. How many folks we got here? 129 folks. Man, I want to thank y'all for joining me. Thanks for hanging out. Listen, feel free. Put your opinion out there. Okay? What do you think is going to happen? A few of y'all folks have put your theories out there, but there's 129 people here. What's your theory? In 13 hours, is something going to happen if they don't open up the Strait of Hormuz? Okay. Keep checking my sources here and get back to your comments. Start to fire up my barbecue grill. Hey Mark, how you doing? Checking in from Adelaide, Australia. Thank you for joining us. And one thing about that Truth Social too, I'm not logged in. Maybe it don't do it when you log in. My gosh, I was trying to read, just scroll through the president's posts, and there's so many ads in there. Oh my goodness, there was ad. Just everywhere was a damn ad. Look, I know that's the name of the game, but I'm saying there were too many. There was an ad every 2-3 inches on that Truth Social. My goodness, I don't know how you even navigate that shit. Half your scroll, half your spin is an ad. My gosh. Okay, so I'm gonna go to live updates, see if there's anything on RT. Looks like the same old stuff. Let me put my old man glasses on here. Oh shit, I can see. Alright, so what's the Kremlin saying about this? Man, it's a typical response. Should engage in dialogue, blah, blah, blah. A typical political response. Okay, so here's something that I didn't read. And this was at 9:25 Greenwich Mean Time on the 23rd. Okay, any attempt to attack the Iranian coast or its islands will cause all communication lines in the Persian Gulf to be mined with various types of sea mines. All right, hold on just a second. Let me check this camera here. Okay, still operating in the green. Okay, sea mines, including floating mines that can be released from the coast. In this case, the entire Gulf will practically be in a situation similar to the Strait of Hormuz for a long time. One should not forget the failure of more than 100 minesweepers in the 1980s in removing a few sea mines, it said. The statement follows reports that the U.S. is considering the seizure of Iran's key Karg Island oil hub in order to force it to unblock the strait. Okay, now here's something might be interesting, or it's just on the target list. The main meteorological office, the Iranian province of Bushehr, was struck in a U.S.-Israeli attacks on Monday morning. It killed the airport weatherman. The main weatherman took him out. Stressed that the meteorological office is in a civilian area. Many of its employees were at work during the strike, so it doesn't sound like it was an accident. They targeted the weatherman. Damn. You go to work, think you're just predicting the weather, you get targeted. But hey, they're an important aspect of military ops. The rest of it's just talking head, blah, blah, blah. Okay, back to the comments here, folks. 50% of Americans wear their pajamas and slippers when they go out of the house. It's disturbing. And I agree. It's disturbing. To guys of our generation and older, I don't know. There's just no. What's the word I'm looking for? Self-respect. Hey Deuce, how you doing? Hi and hello. How are you? Okay, Maximus, it's 50% of the people that shop at Walmart go out in their pajamas. Yeah, I mean, how did we get to this as Americans, where you go to Walmart and it's scary? I've been to America, 3 brief trips since I punched out. It's a strange place. It's a very strange place. It's not the America that I grew up in, nor that I even remember from when I left. You talk about a different era. It's not just a different era. It's like going to another planet, or just being in a totally different country. Just really wasn't comfortable there. Things have changed so much. It's one of those where I guess it's better for me to just retain all the good memories that I had there and my perception of it, and just let it be. Just let it be. let's go to this Truth Social. If I can get through all the ads and see if there's anything new. Damn, keep getting. I'm not logged in, so let's see what we can do. Load up the president's. Got 12 million followers. Again, he's still got the tweet, whatever you call it, pinned. He's pinned it. It says we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. That's the pinned tweet. In other words, that's the one out of all of them that he wants you to see. Peace through strength, to put it mildly. That was 6 hours ago. And you keep scrolling on down. You just keep scrolling on down. There's stuff about Nancy Pelosi, whatever. But 22 hours ago, now with the death of Iran, the greatest enemy America has is the radical left, highly incompetent Democratic Party. So it's like, once he put this threat out there, there's nothing else about it. He's got a picture of him that says third term for Trump as a reward for stolen election. Okay, 22 hours ago, on Monday, ICE will be going to airports to help our wonderful TSA agents. And then just down to the post that I've got up on the screen here. It was like nothing, he posted it, and then nothing else to talk about, nothing to see here. Is it going to be a big nothing burger? Going over to Al Jazeera. Iran threatens to mine the Gulf if U.S. Israeli attacks to target their coast or islands. That's all we need, is a bunch of mines. What an even worse nightmare. All right, let's see. Okay, back to talking about the dress code. Last time I went to an Applebee's, the hostess was a goth girl with a clown painted face, her regular look. Yeah. In America used to be, what's the word? 'Cause I mean, if I say the word normal, that's very subjective. I believe in freedom of speech and expression, but the young folks and today's Americans have taken that just too damn far. You know, there's a difference between freedom of speech and expressing yourself versus being a fucking walking freak show. And again, that's all subjective. But yeah, like I said, you go to Walmart, it's, you know, at night it's scary in there. ICE is shutting down the airports so nobody can escape. This is like the Berlin Wall. Yeah, this pronoun thing. I missed the pronoun thing. I missed all these movements, folks. I missed the Me Too, the Black Lives Matter. I missed all this stuff. And a news flash to Americans is that the rest of the world, they don't know about, give a shit about, doesn't affect their lives. All of these social issues in America that Americans are so uptight about, the rest of the world don't even know about it. Don't give a shit. Doesn't affect them. Doesn't affect me. I've never seen this many people leaving the USA ever. Yeah, there's a big shift. You know, when I first punched out, it was a lot of dudes like me. Now, what do you see? You're seeing families, you know, American families moving here. You just didn't see that back in the day. There's definitely been a shift. Not just dudes, you know, players like me trying to get out and chase the beautiful Southeast Asian ladies. You got everybody now moving to places like this just to get the hell out of the United States. That's a sad day. I did a video before. Shout out to my buddy Edwin in San Diego. Edwin left a big long comment and basically, you know, venting his frustrations with life in general, and basically said, you know, I work every damn day, sun up to sundown. I can't even afford a one-bedroom apartment here in San Diego. Never be able to afford a house. Why am I here? If I'd have known it was going to be this bad, I'd have told my parents when I was a kid, just leave me in the Philippines. It's like the American dream has become so unobtainable. It's not like it used to be. It's because the social media and parents tell their children they're perfect just the way you are, even though they're fat, slobs, freaks, confused genders, etc. Who's that comedian? I always quote it, and I forget who it was. Little Pop said that girl's a princess. Yeah, I mean, it started back even, you know, we talk about, you know, every kid gets a trophy. You know, when my son in America was in high school, you couldn't go to any event. It was strange to me back then. You couldn't go to any event without everybody there getting a trophy. Every team was our 15th place winner. I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? Our 14th place winner. Wait a minute, you just announced the motherfuckers who came in dead last, and you're calling them a 15th place winner? Why would they strive to work harder, train harder, and do better next time if you're calling them a winner? Everybody's a winner. Positive reinforcement. No reason to go home defeated and then work harder so you win the next time. No, just show up. You get the participation medal. Okay, folks, I'm still searching for any breaking news. But if you see any breaking news, please bring it to our attention. Because again, I don't have Fox News on in the background or CNN, none of that stuff. I'm just looking at articles from the web. But again, if you're just joining us, that little countdown timer, that's the end of the 48 hours. Trump gave Iran 48 hours to open up the waterway. Same color ribbons even. Hey Victoria, how are you? Yeah, folks, people leave their home countries for different reasons. you know, I've enjoyed living here in Southeast Asia. It's my part of the world. But then again, I love Guatemala too. I love Mexico. You know, and the United States that I left was a totally different place than it is now. When I left, America wasn't that bad. It wasn't perfect, but there ain't no place perfect. It wasn't that bad. So the mindset back then was like my buddy said. He said, dude, what's the worst that can happen? You move to Thailand and, you know, blow it out for 5 years while you're still young, have a great time. What's the worst that can happen? You go broke or decide you don't like it, you move back to America and get a job. That's where you're at now. What's wrong with that? Well, back then, I think it was pretty easy to do that. You leave out, you spend a year or so abroad, you figure, I want to go home. Okay, just go home, get a job, buy a house, buy a car, start over. But now the dynamic has shifted to where houses are so expensive, vehicles are so expensive. You know, everything is just so, it's changed. I could use the word fucked up, but everything has changed. It's not that easy. You know, you sell everything and move out, it's very difficult to go back. You know, I think a lot of guys would do better now if they're thinking about retiring, is just rent your house for a year. Go to the country that you're thinking about moving to and rent for 1 year. And if you're 100%, okay, that's where I want to stay, then just call the realtor and have her sell your house. If it's not, you have a place to go back to. It's just different than when I first left out. Okay, so Trump is trying to steal Iran's oil, keep it for America. Well, welcome to America. We use the most oil out of any country on the globe, and we didn't go down and kidnap the president of Venezuela over drug charges. It's because of a thing called the Orinoco Oil Belt. We're not messing with Iran. We wouldn't be messing with Iran, except for the fact they're number 4 on the list of oil reserves. Number 4. So, whatever word you want to use, steal, control. Humans, we fight over resources. If there was only enough water to feed 10 people and there's 20, well, there's going to be a fight. If there's not enough food, there's going to be a fight. Okay, is this a MAGA community? Well, here's the thing. You know, I don't really know what that means. And again, I haven't lived in America in a long time. I don't know what that means. So I don't know how to answer that. I guess everybody else in the chat could speak for themselves, but I really don't know what that means. When I first realized that something was going on in America, this was Trump's first go-round. I was sitting in a bar in Thailand, and usually the conversation with an American would be like, you know, they hear you talking to the girls or whatever. And it'd be like, oh, hey man, you know, you American? Yeah, where are you from? I call ATL home. You live here? And then you would go down that road of, well, yeah, I've been living here for man, I want to live here. But when I knew something was wrong, there'd be 3 questions. Number 1, hey man, you an American? Yeah. Where you from? Well, I call Atlanta home. What do you think about Trump? I mean, that 3rd question would just come out strong. They wanted to know what you thought about Trump. And I'm like, whoa, dude, what do you mean, what do I think about Trump? I had no idea where they were taking that line of questioning initially. And I didn't know how to answer it. Why? I don't live there. Not around the atmosphere, the pressure of what was going on. But I quickly realized that what they wanted to know was I on his team or not on his team? They wanted to know up front. And I'm like, why? We're sitting here in a strip club. We're sitting here in a bar. We're looking at the beach. Why does it matter? They wanted to know. Are you a Republican or a Democrat? Are you for Trump, against? They wanted to know. And that was strange to me. And it just got worse from there to the point that if I saw an American come in the bar, I just avoided them. Or I wouldn't talk so they didn't know I was an American. Because I didn't want to go down that road. And again, I didn't know what the hell they were getting at. Why? What do you think about Trump? That was his first go-round. And I knew then that, man, that's kind of weird. Something's going on. So when somebody comes in here and says, is this a MAGA community? I don't really know what that means. What does that mean? Wear a red hat? You want America to be like it was when I was growing up? So I don't know how to answer your question, but thanks for the question. Yeah, when I left, it was $100K for a house, $10K for a car. Yeah, so back then there was little risk. You know, you sold everything, you moved, a couple years, you want to come back. All right, you know, find you a house for $100K, get you a used car, you're back in business. How can you go back and start over by yourself if a everyday house is $500,000 and $50K for a damn car? It's not like it used to be. That's what I'm saying. If you are not sure, you're on the fence or having any reservations, just rent your house out for 1 year. And after the year, if you're good, settled into Thailand or the Philippines or Mexico, you just call a realtor and you can close, you know, by FedEx. You don't even got to go back. Okay, so let's see. The only thing going for the world is the people of America still have their guns. Thank God here in Australia they created Port Arthur so they can take our guns away. Our governments are the puppets. You know, I watched that one documentary with this lady. I don't know how old she was. She was a child in Nazi Germany during the war. And she was talking about, what was she talking about? The first thing they did was come around and talk about give up your guns and this and that. And her message to this forum was don't give up your guns. That's the first thing they did. Anyhow. I'm not, man, I don't want to say I'm waking up on anything. I don't know what the MAGA lies are. Like I said, I don't know. I I don't know what I don't know or what I'm not supposed to know. I know more about politics in Southeast Asia. Why? Because this is where I hang my hat. I can tell you the history over the past years of what's going down. Why? Because I'm here. I know very little about what goes on in the United States. To the point that I don't even know what I can say and not say, or get away with or not get away with, because I'm like a 15-year caveman. You know? I don't know. It's a very strange place to me now. Hey, Pop Displays, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the mines, the threat of the mines. Oh my goodness, I mean, it's gonna get really messy. I think we all agree. If he hits the power plants, they hit the power plants and the water plants over there in the other countries. What a mess. What an absolute mess. Because you're looking at years to rebuild once it becomes stable enough to start rebuilding. And again, folks, the U.S. military is hitting targets every day. If they continue to do that, at some point Iran is going to have a much different attitude, you would think, if they're logical. And if they hit Israel too hard, I don't think it's wise. I just think they're being naive I think they just don't believe that Israel would hit them with a nuclear weapon. You know, Israel's a small place. They keep hitting them and keep hitting them. At what point do the gloves come off? So I don't think it's smart if you just look at it from a logical standpoint. Is it smart for a country that does not have nuclear weapons to keep pushing against a country that has nuclear weapons? That logic doesn't add up. Okay, it's like fighting with a dude who has a gun and you don't have one. Just out of courtesy, he's doing nothing but throwing fists at you. But at any moment, if he wanted to, he can pull that gun and end your life. Does that make sense? So it's not smart for them to, I don't use the words, keep resisting. They look at it like they're defending their own country, what have you. It's all about whose perspective that you look at it from. But if you're sitting over there in Israel and you're just continuing to get pounded day by day by day, at what point do you not want to knock their ass out? Just talking out loud. Yeah, nuclear weapons should be out of the equation, but there's just too much talk. There's been too much talk about it, like it's nothing, like it's, using the terminology of obliteration, stuff like that. Okay, Israel doesn't officially have, of course they have nukes. Of course they do. But I mean, it's the same way with the Ukraine going up against Russia. At what point does Russia say enough is enough? That's my point. We could talk about this all day. But is it smart if country X, who has no nuclear weapons goes up against a country with nuclear weapons and starts to win or starts to get traction. Is that smart? I don't think it's smart, especially in today's world. Okay, so if Saudi enters the war with Pakistan, then Pakistan will also be dragged in since they have a defense pact with Saudi. Well, I mean, nobody's talking about it, but Pakistan and Afghanistan are, quote, in an open war. That's what the one guy from Pakistan said. I guess supposedly they dropped a bomb on Kabul and hit a drug rehab center. I don't know how many people were killed. Yeah, you know, it's just not, if you look at it from a different aspect of the strategy, by Iran hitting all these countries, they're doing Trump a favor, because now Iran's the enemy, not the United States. Even though you could claim the United States started it, okay. But when Iranian missiles are hitting your hotels and your condos and threatening to take out your power, now you're the enemy. Had Iran done nothing but hit U.S. bases, all of the countries over there are just kind of standing back, trying to be neutral and quiet. Okay, they want to hit the American bases. That's the Americans' problem, not ours. It don't affect us. Nobody cares. But when Iran starts hitting your hotels and your airports, now threatening to take out your power and your water, they're the enemy. Okay, that's what the U.S. needs. Now everybody's unified in the region against a common enemy, Iran. See how that works? Okay. I'm talking about ground forces. Well, what the news is talking about, you know, obviously Marines, there are Marines on the way. Are they being sent there to take over the one island with the oil terminal? Maybe that's what the plan is. But they're on the way in the region somewhere like that. Again, folks, everybody making the rounds on the news, all the talking heads, all the speculation. That's why I started not to do this video, but the countdown thing, the hard deadline did intrigue me, just to see how it comes out. Is this part of his deception? It's just strategy. Is he going to take it literal? Because what I really wanted to do was just do a live stream and talk about the Florida, the kids on spring break in Florida can't twerk on the beach. Some big booty girl can't twerk on the beach. So I don't know. Back to the comments here. Let's see. America's divided civil unrest with ICE deportation is real, extremely divided. Okay. See, that's something else I don't understand, and I didn't understand. Several months ago, my buddy said, man, I don't know if you know it or not, but like you know, ICE, there's a lot of people who hate ICE in America right now. Like, why? Why do they pick them out of, you know, the other hundreds of federal agencies? What are you talking about? It's like, man, a lot of people hate ICE right now. They're like outing them, what do you call it, doxing them. They're following them around. They're having to wear masks. I'm like, why? You know, ended up doing a video about why ICE is deporting so many people right now. And just some dumb redneck, the puzzle that I put together, it's just about the 2030 census. Because the congressional maps are based on the census, and the census counts everybody. So it has to do with the 2030 census. They got to get everybody out before that census. It just makes sense. That's why everybody's being deported out of the country quick, fast, in a hurry, because of the census count that's coming up in 2030. But until my buddy brought that to my attention, like, why does everybody hate ICE? Just another federal agency doing their job like everybody else. He's like, nah, man, you don't understand. Well, a little late to the party, a little slow to catch on, but I read up on it and I'm like, okay. Because what I would have said before I did that research, I'm like, you know, go to the jails and the prisons, immediately get rid of all them troublemakers. Just get rid of them. I don't want to pay for them, pay for their food in our prison, send them home. Got no problem there. But don't go to the chicken plants. Don't go to the construction sites. Those people aren't standing on the corner slinging dope. They're over there working, contributing to society. Don't mess with them. Go give them a Social Security card so they can pay taxes. But then you realize it's all about the numbers for the 2030 census. That's what it's about. Okay, let's see. How much is a bag of rice now in the Philippines? Okay. A couple days ago, we went to the rice store and realized you have a range of rice varieties. So there's like 12 different rice varieties. And I think it was still 48 to 63, 48 being like the cheap NFA type rice, and 63 was the most expensive at the store. So if you look at it from a range, there was no major change yet here in Angeles City versus a week or so ago. But realize you have a range. Now, that was a few days ago, 2-3 days ago. By the time I go out in the next day or so, there might be some elevated prices by then. I'm gonna go to the market, check the current vegetable prices. I'll get that done sometime this week. Okay, with all that said, Big Pumpkin is got reports from down in the village that there are rice suppliers, not all of them, but she said there's some that are only allowing you to buy 5 kilos at a time. But realize her village is 5 hours by bus north of Cebu City. It's the farthest point, well, other than the island and Maya up there. But goods have to travel almost 5 hours to get up there. It's the last train station, last train stop. But here, I'm not seeing, at least in the past couple days, hugely elevated or spiked prices. I think maybe the chicken went up 20 pesos, but knock on wood, you know, things are changing day by day. But I will do a video next few days and give all the prices of vegetables, meat. The diesel price is already double, we know that. doubles and then some probably by now. But what I have noticed, okay, I have noticed that the neighborhood has been quieter. There's a little bit less vehicular traffic. It just seems quieter. Okay, again, the kids are off school on Mondays for online classes to try to offset the gas, spike in the gas price. It's supposed to go on until the end of the month, but I'm sure they'll do it indefinitely till the end of the school year. And if things don't get any better, hell, they might just go to full-time online classes. I don't know, but that would obviously save a lot of money. Save people a lot of money and save a lot of fuel. Do I think the kids are learning anything? No, I'm not down with online classes. You gotta do what you gotta do. Let's see. Okay, Guitar says I would take Biden back any day. I have to disagree on that one, my friend. But, if we're all thinking alike, then somebody's not thinking. Okay, Paul, are you reporting some breaking news there, or is that your opinion as to what's going to happen? Yeah, food and the PI has not gone up that much, but gas and diesel have gone up significantly. Yeah, so there'll be a lag before the food starts creeping up some more. We'll have to see. Okay, back to talking about immigration. Kansas farmers are currently facing a shortage of immigrants to harvest their carrots in the fields. Yeah, it's a problem. But they're focused on, hey, we got to get the numbers down for the 2030 census. That's the mission. That's why it's aggressive. They're running out of time. Okay, now Maximus is talking about there was a jeepney strike today. Classes were online. Diesel was 106 per liter. It's supposed to go up tomorrow. Yeah, I did read that. I guess nationwide there are jeepney strikes going on. I'm not really up on all of that. Okay, so Mr. Scott says, are you guys that want Biden back, your lives that bad? My life's fine, gas prices are higher, but shit, the world isn't ending. Okay, that's a very good point. Alright? No matter what situation that you're in, there's always somebody that has it worse, right? And here in this country, what are we right now? We're suffering from higher gas prices, which is not good for everybody's pocketbook. But you know what? There's no missiles raining down on our heads. There's no bombs dropping, scaring the hell out of my children. So I'm very thankful for that. So if the worst thing that happens to us is the kids have to do online classes, and I got to pay a little bit more for the trike or the taxi or the bus ride, life is pretty damn good. Okay, my vegetables go up, my chicken goes up a little bit. Life is still pretty damn good. Everybody's safe. We're not in harm's way. When there's millions of people around the world, as we speak, living various places around the world in fear. In fear of what? Missiles, drones, rockets, bombs, everything. And like you said, if we just got to pay a little bit more for fuel and vegetables, life's pretty good if you look at it in that sense. Okay, so go to pop displays. Trump postpones strikes for 5 days. Okay, all right, are we getting somewhere? If that's it's breaking news, strikes on hold. Okay, if that's the case, my goodness. Looks like I was going to run this thing till the timer went down to 0. But if that's the case, if I can confirm this. Okay, still looking. What news source did y'all see that on? Did he post that on his Truth Social? Alright, La Panza, 2004. Breaking news. Trump delays energy attack. Alright, got some action going on. Okay, but see, the article I'm looking at says Tehran is hit by a wide-scale wave of strikes as U.S. President Donald Trump's 48-hour ultimatum is set to expire soon. Unprecedented strikes across Iran. U.S. military said it targeted a turbine engine production site in north-central Iran used for drone and aircraft components. Okay, the Iranian air defense systems were activated, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. The explosions in the Iranian capital were unprecedented in the eastern side of the city. Okay, so what I need to go? Fox News. Here you go, CNN. Trump delays strikes on Iranian power plants after very good talks with Tehran. Okay, so if we believe this, it looks like he was just using the threats as a power play to get everybody to come to the table and start talking. I think that's good news for humanity. Okay, let's see. It's kind of strange though how you read one article that talks about there were unprecedented strikes. Okay, so I'm on Al Jazeera. Obviously everybody has an agenda, right? See when this article was posted. Don't give me the time. But it's 23 March, talking about an unprecedented new wave of attacks. And then you go to CNN, Trump delays strikes on Iranian power plants after very good talks with Tehran. Okay, so it doesn't mean that they didn't hit them pretty hard. Okay, so 3 minutes ago, let's go to CNN. I'll read here. U.S. and Iran are discussing ending the war, Trump says, adding he'll postpone strikes on power plants. Okay, so let me go in here for a second here. and change. Whoa, let me move that out of there. Let me change my text. I want to see if I can do this on the fly. So I'm going from countdown to Armageddon to Trump postpones strikes. Okay, that's good news. Let me hit save. Trying to do this on the fly, folks. I learn something new every time. Here we go. All right, change it up. Trump postpones strikes on Iran power plants. I'll let the timer go just in case. You know, all warfare is based on deception. All right, so the U.S. and Iran are discussing ending the war. President Donald Trump has said the United States and Iran have held productive conversations over the weekend and that he will hold off military strikes against Iranian power and energy sites for 5 days. Should I reset the calendar for 5 more days and just go live for 5 days? No. I think I'd be better off snuggling with Big Pumpkin here in about an hour. Okay, so writing in all capital letters on Truth Social, he made the decision to postpone the threatened attacks based on the tone and tenor of the discussions. I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, Trump wrote. Based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations. I'm getting out of focus. Hold on. Which will continue throughout the week. And he spelled which wrong. He put which. Got to put an H in there, DJT. Which will continue throughout the week. I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions, he continued. Okay, so he doesn't say we're not gonna be hitting targets. He says we're not. Well, it's ambiguous, right? Any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants. No, it's not. He's saying we're not going to hit the power plants, but he sort of leaves it open as to we're going to hit other targets. That's my interpretation. See, here's the mixed messages. As of last week, he said he wasn't interested in pursuing a ceasefire with Iran. Behind the scenes, that's exactly what they're doing. Okay, so there you go. That's from CNN. Okay. Back to your comments, folks. We'll go ahead and just maybe talk for another 30 minutes, what have you. It's 7:30 here. Once we're all pretty much in agreement that the shit's not going to get worse, I think I'm going to call it a day and go snuggle with Big Pumpkin. 130 folks watching. I want to thank y'all for tuning in, hanging out with me. Looks like everything's still operating in the green. Alright, so I was going to pull up Fox News. Okay, Maximus, that's exactly right. It's the art of the deal. Some people play checkers and others play chess. And we all know that DJT is a chess player. It's all about the art of the deal. We know politicians are never going to tell us the truth, and especially when it comes to a war, they're not going to tell the public exactly what they're thinking and what they're doing. Okay, so I'll read Fox News into the record, then I'll take a couple of comments, and then I'm going to shut her down. Alright, so pretty much the same thing. Trump orders a 5-day pause for attacks on Iranian power infrastructure. Okay, so nothing really new there. Everything already covered from CNN. And again, just very good talks that could lead to a complete end of hostilities. Okay, you know, sometimes we gotta let things play out. And sometimes when we think that there is no plan, maybe there is a plan. You know, and I still maintain what me and my buddy agreed on. Trump plays chess. All right, he's a businessman. No, he doesn't like to lose. But in the same sense, every deal is going to have some type of negotiation. You know, you start way over here. This guy starts way over here. You know, you're just trying to get somewhere in there where your part of the deal is a little bit better. But who the hell is going to close a deal if you're over here and he's over here? So I guess we got to give the man credit if this goes this way. Complete end of hostilities. Okay, art of the deal. Maybe he has studied up on the art of war by Sun Tzu. But we'll see. I don't trust anything the politicians say. So he could stand up there right now and say that, and then when this countdown timer goes to 0, the raid goes off. We don't know. Okay. Just browsing through your comments here. Rich Buong, how are you, my friend? I hope you're doing well. Okay, folks, you know, I appreciate everybody's opinion. I really do. And you know, disagreeing with me on an issue, I got no problem with it. You know, I actually like it when I talk to somebody who's on the other side of an issue so I can better understand their perspective. I know a lot of people don't like that. They don't like to be disagreed with. I actually enjoy it. You know, in the words, well, several famous people, important people, you know, dissent is the ultimate form of patriotism. But the way I look at it is when there's times, if you're in a meeting and you don't speak up, silence is betrayal. Okay, if you're in a meeting and you speak up and you get overruled and you come to find out your idea or suggestion wasn't the best, well, okay, you probably need to go with the team effort and move on. Maybe the next time your opinion is what everybody goes with. So I got no problem with anybody disagreeing with what I say. That's just the way it is. But that's the shift that I talk about, where when I left, I could sit in a bar with a Democrat or a Republican and have a conversation and just talk about stuff and disagree. And at the end of the night, okay, we know we disagree, but we're still laughing. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. In the America that I see now, it's just not like that. People just want to fight. If you're not on, Team MAGA, or whatever you call it, then you're against us. If you're not over here on the far left, you're against us. How did that division come about? That extreme division come about? I don't know, because I wasn't there for it. Okay. All right, so Vincent, all right, yeah, reporting. I think everybody now, we're all in agreement that he's holding back for 5 days. So that makes my countdown timer basically a moot point, invalid, unless he's bluffing or just bullshitting the media. But we'll see. But again, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at a couple more comments. I'm going to shut her down. That way I get to snuggle with Big Pumpkin. And I might do the same thing at the end of 5 days. Because look, you get this good news. All right, they're talking about let's end all the hostilities. And then tomorrow the news, everything changes like that. So I'm not letting my guard down. I'm not letting my guard down that things are going to resolve themselves that easy. Maybe that's wishful thinking. But we'll see. Okay. All right. Folks, if you don't mind, would you please, what's it called? Hold on, I gotta look. When I say this, I want you to look at the thumbs up box. It has a thumbs up and a thumbs down. And when I say this, tell me if it lights up red. Because everybody thinks I'm crazy. But if you say the right words, that thing will light up red to bring it to your attention as a viewer. But I can never get it to do it anymore. But I saw a dude's video today that it lit up red. I know it still doesn't. So here we go. Watch your little thumbs up button. If you can, tap that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that thumbs up button. Smash that like button. Tap that like button. It won't do it. Maybe you don't understand my redneck English. I'm not sure. But I'm telling you, I saw it again today. It will light up if you say the right words. Tap that like button. Tap that like button. Damn. Got 158 thumbs ups. But it won't light up red for me. It's a CCP. Just trying to shut me down. Okay, folks, that's all I got. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. I'm very happy that this turned out to be a big nothing burger, as my buddy says. I'll take peace and diplomacy. Let's solve problems through conversation over a couple drinks, a couple beers, versus fighting any day. Okay, so let's see. Never seen it red. Nobody saw it red. Mr. Scott, are you telling me that it lights up red, or are you just bulla making a joke? Lights up red for Trump. No, man, I'm talking about that thumbs up. I'm telling y'all, it does it. I gotta record it so I can put it in a video. I'll put it at the end of every video. Tap that like button. Maybe it's just one. I don't know. All right, folks. I'll see y'all on the next one. I certainly appreciate you joining me. But again, I'm out of here. I'm going to go snuggle with Big Pumpkin. The audio snafu earlier, hey, shit happens. I'll fire the sound guy as soon as I end this stream. He's fired. 12 hours. 12 hours. He called off the dogs. Alright, baby, I'm about to shut her down. You ready to snuggle, Big Pumpkin? You looking good, baby. Come here. Show him with your hair down. Just lean in here one time. Show him your hair down. Don't worry about you not wearing a bra, baby. This ain't spring break down in Florida. Nobody's gonna get you for twerking. Huh? Just right here, baby. Just come show everybody. Come on, right here. Right here. Look at this screen, not that one, this one here. Come on, baby girl. Just say, tell everybody, good night, everybody.
Good
No,
night.
it's not the camera. I have an overlay. Just come on in. Alright, folks.
Agad.
You're supposed to say, have a good night, everybody.
Agad.
And my Filipino girlfriend, Filipino wife, the stress is real, my friends. More stress here at home than there. Anyhow, I'm out of here. See y'all on the next one, folks. And peace out. I gotta figure out how to shut this thing.